truly saw you. We've all tasted that sting, the quiet doubt that asks, do I matter here? The Stoics understood this long before us. They knew the world judges in silence, not with words, but with the way eyes linger or don't, with how a hand trembles when you speak, or how steady you stand when pressure rises. Every small gesture, every pause becomes a mirror of who you are inside. Confidence is not a gift waiting to arrive. It is a discipline, a choice you make again and again, to meet the gaze instead of looking away, to let silence sharpen your words, to carry yourself not with arrogance, but with quiet authority. So the question is, will you drift through life hoping to be noticed, or will you learn to shape how the world responds to you? Stay with me, because what follows may just shift the way you carry yourself forever. Let's step into the first chapter. Imagine someone speaking to you, their eyes steady, calm, unflinching. In that moment you feel seen, as though your words matter. Now, picture the opposite, a glance that drifts away, restless, distracted. The difference is not in the words, but in the presence. Eye contact is more than a glance. It is a silent declaration. I am here. To avoid it is to signal hesitation, as though you would rather not be fully seen. To embrace it is to affirm that you belong exactly where you stand. Many turn away because it feels vulnerable. The eyes expose us. They strip away disguise. Yet the Stoics believed growth lies inside discomfort, not away from it. Seneca said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." That racing heartbeat when you hold someone's gaze is not weakness. It is the boundary where confidence begins. Practice reshapes you. At first, the act feels forced, even unnatural. But Epictetus taught, no man is free who is not master of himself. Mastery is not escape. It is facing the moment until it no longer controls you. Hold for a few seconds longer, then release naturally. Each repetition strengthens the muscle of presence. Marcus Aurelius observed, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Each time you steady your gaze, you dye yourself with calm. And that calm radiates outward. People sense it. They lean closer. They listen longer. But let balance remain. A gaze without warmth can harden into intimidation. True confidence is never force. It is presence softened with respect. The gaze must be a bridge, not a weapon. Each small victory reshapes you. You no longer shrink back because self-respect has taken root. Plato wrote, "The first and best victory is to conquer self." To meet another's eyes with composure is such a victory. Each glance held with steadiness becomes a step toward freedom. And in time, eye contact is no longer a skill. It becomes a way of living with openness, courage, and truth. Moving into the second chapter, think of the moment when your chest tightens, your thoughts rush, yet no sound leaves your mouth. You had something to say, but silence felt safer. Each time this happens, a piece of confidence erodes. You tell yourself, my voice does not matter. Over time, that belief shapes how you walk through the world. You hesitate instead of act. But when you do speak, even if your voice trembles, something shifts. You reclaim ground. You remind yourself that your words carry weight. They deserve to be heard. The Stoics understood this. Strength is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it. Epictetus asked, "How long are you going to wait before you demand the best for yourself?" The best version of you cannot remain silent. It emerges only when you trust your voice, even when it shakes. Think of the opportunities lost to hesitation. A meeting where you had an idea but convinced yourself it wasn't polished enough. A moment among friends when you disagreed but chose not to disturb the harmony. Alone, each feels small. Together, they form a life of avoidance, and avoidance becomes identity. Growth does not feel calm. It burns. It unsettles. Seneca wrote, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult. To speak is the dare you owe yourself. And when you do, people notice. They may not agree with you, but they see that you stand by your convictions." Over time, that willingness earns respect. Leadership often begins not with authority over others, but with the courage to stand up for yourself. Confidence is not aggression. To speak your truth does not mean to overpower. Aristotle reminded us, the self-controlled person is free. When your words are clear yet respectful, you embody that freedom. You are no longer chained to fear of judgment. You command respect, not by force, but by presence. Notice how this ripples outward. In work, your voice signals clarity and contribution. In relationships, honesty deepens bonds because it reveals you are real, not a mask. People crave authenticity, and when you live it, you give them permission to do the same. Each time you choose to speak when silence would be easier, you strengthen your bond with yourself. You prove you will not abandon your own beliefs when tension rises. That quiet pride reshapes identity. Yesterday's fear becomes today's habit, and each habit becomes part of who you are. So, when your throat tightens and doubt whispers it is safer to stay silent, remember, the discomfort is not a warning to retreat. It is proof you are standing at the edge of growth. Step forward. Speak with honesty, with clarity, with calm. Not to prove yourself to others, but to honor yourself. Each word, steady or trembling, is a declaration. My voice matters, and I will not hide. Advancing to the third chapter, think of the people you admire most. They rarely wait to be noticed. They take the first step. A simple greeting, "Hello, good morning," carries more weight than most realize. It is not just politeness, it is presence. A subtle declaration that says, "I am here and I am not hiding." When you greet first, you set the tone before anyone else can. You communicate without force that you are comfortable being seen, engaged with the world around you. And it is not the words alone that matter. It is the way they are spoken, the sound, the rhythm, the energy behind them. That is what lingers long after the moment has passed. Most people hesitate. They look down at their phones, shuffle their posture, or pretend to be busy until someone else breaks the silence. But hesitation creates its own story. It signals uncertainty. It tells the room you are waiting for permission. The Stoics remind us that hesitation wastes life. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." In this context, stop waiting for the perfect moment. Take the step. Act. The beauty of greeting first is its simplicity. You don't need a grand entrance or dramatic introduction. A few words, carried with presence, are enough. And yet, the effect is disproportionate to the effort. People remember how you made them feel. A steady greeting can change the entire atmosphere of a room, shifting it from tense to approachable. Imagine walking into a space full of strangers where silence hangs heavy. No one speaks. Then one voice offers, "Hi, how's everyone doing?" Shoulders ease, faces soften. The room begins to breathe. Leadership often begins in moments as small as this. Some hesitate out of fear of being ignored, fear of rejection. But confidence is not about controlling the outcome. It is about owning your action. Epictetus taught, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." The act of greeting first is training ground for this truth. You do it not for a guaranteed response, but to affirm your own presence. Over time, this small habit reshapes you. You stop drifting through life as a passive observer. You begin engaging as an active participant. You notice people. You open doors of connection. Even social anxiety loosens its grip because your focus shifts outward instead of being trapped in your own head. But quality matters. A hesitant mumble or distracted nod does the opposite of what you intend. A greeting should be clear, steady, and real. A voice anchored in calm, paired with a slight smile, is enough. Aristotle observed, "Pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work." In the same way, genuine enjoyment in acknowledging others creates its own perfection. At work, greeting colleagues first changes the dynamic. You become approachable, dependable, present. In friendships, it builds trust. Even in daily life at the store with a neighbor, this small act transforms indifference into shared humanity. In time, greeting first becomes identity. Seneca urged, "Begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life." Each greeting is a small act of living fully, refusing to wait for permission to exist. And with repetition, you no longer wonder if you belong. You know you do. So the next time you cross paths with someone, remember, leadership begins here, not in speeches but in presence. A simple hello, steady and genuine, carries more than sound. It carries who you are. From here, let us step into the fourth chapter. Imagine saying the right words but watching them collapse in the air because of the way they were delivered. A sentence may be flawless on paper, but if your tone cracks with nerves or rushes with desperation, respect slips away. People do not just hear your words, they hear the music beneath them. Tone reveals you. It carries your strength or betrays your uncertainty. You can say, "I'm fine," yet if your voice is uneven, rushed, or sharp, the truth leaks through. This is why tone matters so deeply. It is not decoration. It is the frame that holds your message upright. And when that frame is steady, people cannot help but take you seriously. But tone is never alone. It is shaped by posture, by breath, by the way your body delivers your presence into the room. Think back to the last time someone spoke with calm strength, slow, clear, deliberate. You remember not only their words, but the way each phrase landed. Now think of the opposite, the rushed sentences, the uneven pitch, the restless delivery. The vocabulary may have been right, but the impact vanished. Words fade, tone remains. Aristotle once said, "Character may almost be called the most effective means of persuasion." Tone is character revealed in sound. It shows whether you are centered or scattered, grounded or shaken. The Stoics knew this well. Seneca reminded us, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." And tone, like character, is proven in adversity. Anyone can sound calm when nothing is at stake, but the one who keeps composure in heated moments commands respect that cannot be faked. The voice follows the breath, and the breath follows the mind. When anxiety rules, breathing becomes shallow, words tumble too fast, and chaos leaks into sound. When breath is steady, the voice deepens, pace slows, and presence takes root. Even a few calm breaths before speaking can transform how you sound and how others receive you. Volume 2 tells its own story. Speak too softly, and it is as if you are asking permission to exist. speak too loudly, and it feels like you are forcing authority rather than embodying it. Balance is the mark of credibility, clear, audible, and unhurried. Add to this the power of silence. Many fear pauses, rushing to fill them. Yet a pause used with intention makes words heavier. It gives space for meaning to sink in. Think about conflict. Often people respond less to what is said and more to how it is said. A sharp tone sparks defensiveness even when logic is sound. A calm tone invites dialogue even in disagreement. Words carry reason. Tone carries trust. And without trust, reason never finds its way to the heart. Over time, tone becomes reputation. People may forget your phrasing, but they will remember if you sounded calm or frantic, respectful or dismissive. That memory lingers. It decides whether doors open or stay shut. To master tone is to master yourself. Each time you pause before reacting, each time you lower your voice instead of raising it, you prove to yourself that you govern your presence. You cannot control others, but you can control your tone, and that often makes all the difference. So the next time you speak, remember this. Your voice is not just sound, it is the frame of your presence. Let it be steady, let it be clear, let it carry conviction, not insecurity. Because when tone is mastered, people do not just hear you, they feel you. And respect begins there. From here, let us step into the 5th chapter. Picture the nervous man at the edge of a meeting, shifting his weight, tapping his fingers, pulling at his shirt as if trying to escape his own skin. His words may be reasonable, even correct, but the restless movements betray him. They shout louder than his voice, "I am uncertain," and people listen to the body long before they listen to the mind. Restless movement always reveals restless thought. We've all seen it, the pacing, the constant shifting, the unnecessary gestures that leak nervous energy into the room. These habits feel harmless, yet they erode presence. They tell the audience that the speaker has not mastered himself. The Stoics would call this a fracture in composure, a crack in the discipline of presence. Stillness changes everything. To stand grounded when you speak is to anchor the room. Your body becomes a steady flame in a storm. People lean in, not because you force them, but because certainty radiates from you. Stillness is magnetic. It communicates authority without declaration. It whispers, "I am here, I am unshaken." But control is not proven in easy moments. Anyone can appear calm when the subject is light and the stakes are low. Real composure is tested in the heat of discomfort, the tense meeting, the heated disagreement, the presentation where every eye burns into you. In those moments, restlessness rises like a tide, pushing you to move, to scatter your energy, to escape. Yet if you resist, if you remain grounded, you project power. Seneca reminded us, "We are always complaining that our days are few and acting as though there would be no end of them." Stillness is how you reclaim those fleeting days, by acting with purpose instead of scattering yourself. Think of the speakers or leaders who left the deepest mark on you. They did not flail their arms wildly or pace endlessly. Their stillness gave weight to every gesture. When they did move, it mattered. Intention turned motion into emphasis, not noise. That restraint is what made their presence unforgettable. Without stillness, gestures dissolve into distraction. With stillness, every movement is sharpened into meaning. And this discipline is not stiffness. True stillness is not freezing the body but grounding it. Feet planted firmly, shoulders relaxed, arms resting naturally until called upon. From this rooted state, a single step forward or a measured hand movement can amplify your message tenfold. Purposeful movement, born from restraint, is what transforms body language into authority. Here's where psychology intertwines. The body and the mind mirror each other. Nervous thoughts spill into restless gestures, but the loop works in reverse. When you ground your body, you calm your mind. The signal travels inward. I am stable. I am safe. Stillness outside creates stillness inside. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. To remain still in pressure is to embody that power in flesh and bone." Now, imagine yourself in daily scenes, a heated conversation. Others cross their arms, shift their stance, betray their agitation. You, by staying calm and steady, alter the atmosphere. Or picture yourself giving directions at work. If you fidget, your words lose weight, but deliver them with stillness and people trust. Steadiness is contagious. It tells the room, this person can be relied on. Stillness also reshapes how you see yourself. Each time you resist the urge to scatter, you reinforce the image of someone capable, resilient, worthy of respect. Confidence grows not just in how others respond, but in how you witness yourself. Standing tall, unmoved, you begin to believe in your own strength. Silence itself is sharpened by stillness. When you finish speaking and pause without shifting or fidgeting, that pause gains gravity. It tells others your words deserve space. It tells them you are not desperate to escape the moment. Silence coupled with stillness often persuades more deeply than endless speech. There is also the mirror effect. People reflect what you project. If you are jittery, they grow tense. If you are steady, they settle. In this way, stillness is leadership without a word. Over time, it shapes your reputation. You are remembered as the one who doesn't falter, the one who steadies the room when others collapse. Respect earned through consistency, not demand. Socrates once said, "The first and greatest victory is to conquer yourself." Every moment of stillness is exactly that, a quiet victory over restlessness. Practiced in small encounters, it becomes second nature. What once felt forced transforms into identity. So the next time you speak, watch your body as much as your words. Plant your feet. Let your stillness be the frame that holds your message. Resist the compulsion to fill every silence with motion. In a world that trembles, your calm presence will stand like a lighthouse in the storm. And when you cultivate that day after day, stillness will no longer be something you perform. It will be who you are. At this stage, we step into the 6th chapter. Picture the small tasks you keep pushing aside, the phone call that waits another day, the conversation you've postponed for weeks, the project left half-finished on the desk. Each time you avoid it, a whisper grows louder inside. I can't handle this. And if you listen long enough, that whisper becomes identity. You begin to see yourself as someone who hesitates, someone who waits for perfect conditions that never arrive. Avoidance feels safe, but it carries a heavy price. What starts as one skipped responsibility bleeds quietly into every corner of life. You stop trying new things because they feel overwhelming. You keep quiet in groups because speaking up feels risky. You pass on opportunities because the shadow of failure seems too heavy. Fear protects you from discomfort in the moment, but it robs you of growth in the long run. The Stoics understood this trap well. They taught that what you resist grows stronger the longer you run from it. The task avoided becomes heavier with each day. The fear you flee from deepens its roots. Seneca reminded us, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. The challenge you evade was never meant to destroy you, it was meant to sharpen you. Here's where the change begins. When you face the thing you've been avoiding, even in the smallest way, you send a new message to yourself. I may feel nervous, but I can act anyway. That act doesn't need to be dramatic. It doesn't need perfection. It only needs intention. Each time you do it, you reshape your identity from fragile to capable, from hesitant to steady. Think of the small tasks that pile up in daily life, the call to the doctor, the honest conversation about boundaries, the report sitting unfinished. These may seem trivial, but they are the training ground for courage. Every small act of facing discomfort is a stone laid in the foundation of resilience, and once you've built that muscle in small things, the larger storms of life no longer crush you. Fear does not vanish because you will it away. Your heart may still race, your hands may still tremble, but courage is not the absence of fear, it is the decision to act despite it. And something happens when you repeat this choice. The first time feels overwhelming, the second time a little lighter. By the 10th, you wonder why you ever gave the task such power. What once felt like a wall now looks like a doorway. Avoidance convinces you that waiting will protect you. But the opposite is true. Waiting multiplies the weight. Facing it, even clumsily, begins to dissolve it. The Stoics taught that progress matters more than perfection. To act imperfectly is still to act. To avoid entirely is to surrender. And this truth extends outward. When others see you leaning into difficulty instead of retreating, respect grows. At work, colleagues trust you to hold steady when the load is heavy. In relationships, honesty becomes your foundation because you no longer run from uncomfortable truths. And within yourself, a quiet pride takes root. The kind that doesn't need applause because it knows you showed up. Epictetus gave this instruction. First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. To face what you've avoided is to turn vision into reality. Each time you do, you create momentum, and momentum creates confidence. Of course, not all avoidance is laziness. Sometimes it is perfectionism, the belief that if something cannot be flawless, it should not be done at all. But this belief is poison. It keeps you from finishing anything. The Stoic answer is simple. Embrace imperfection. Begin anyway. Let progress itself be your victory. For action, however small, always expands your world. Avoidance shrinks life until the walls close in. Action tears those walls down. You realize most of the pain was never in the task itself, but in the anticipation. The mind built a monster far larger than reality. When you finally face it, the monster shrinks. And you wonder why you ever gave it such dominion. So here is the call. Choose one thing you've been avoiding. Face it today. Don't wait for courage to arrive as if it were a gift. It grows in the act itself. Each step you take writes a new line in the story of who you are becoming. Not a story of hesitation, but a story of strength. If you're ready to step out of avoidance, write "face it" in the comments as your own declaration. And if these words have stirred something in you, subscribe so you never stop sharpening your strength. Because the life you want is not waiting in avoidance, it is waiting in action. Moving into the 7th chapter, imagine words spilling out of your mouth so quickly they trip over one another. They rush past the listener like water through a cracked dam, heard but not felt. And then imagine the opposite. Each word deliberate, each pause like a stone dropped into still water. Suddenly, the same sentence carries weight, depth, and gravity. That is the difference pace creates. When you speak too fast, you reveal nerves. You show a mind trying to outrun itself. The anxious speaker often believes speed will make them look sharp, informed, impressive. Yet speed betrays insecurity. It signals that you are unsettled, that you fear silence, that your thoughts control you more than you control them. But when you slow down, everything changes. A pause between sentences allows meaning to breathe. Words land heavier. The listener leans in, not because you force them to, but because the rhythm draws them closer. Marcus Aurelius once reflected, "The silence is the element in which great things fashion themselves together." Slow words carve silence into the frame that holds your message. They transform emptiness into presence. Think about the great teachers, storytellers, or leaders you've admired. Rarely did they flood you with rapid sentences. Instead, they spoke with a pace that carried intention. Each phrase felt chosen. Each pause felt alive. Their slowness didn't drag, it gave substance. You weren't impatient. You were captivated. Because silence between words is not weakness. It is strength revealed. There is also respect in slow speech. When you take your time, you honor the listener. You give them space to absorb, to reflect, to respond. Too many conversations today are collisions, voices overlapping, each person racing to be heard, none truly listening. A slower rhythm interrupts this chaos. It forces both sides into the present. It says, "I value this exchange enough not to rush through it." Slow speech also leaves a stronger imprint. People forget the details of quick explanations, but they remember the feeling of being spoken to with clarity. A rushed voice leaves fragments scattered in the air. A steady voice leaves echoes that stay. Epictetus reminded us that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we may listen twice as much as we speak. A measured pace honors this principle. It creates words designed not for noise, but for listening. And here's the hidden reward. Speaking slowly calms you. When you rush, your breath shortens, your heart races, your anxiety grows. But when you slow your pace, your breathing steadies. More air fills your lungs. Your voice deepens, your body relaxes. This shift alters both your state and theirs. People sense steadiness in your voice and unconsciously mirror it. Calm spreads, tension dissolves, the dialogue improves. Now consider questions. The weight of slow words reveals itself most clearly here. A hurried "how are you" is habit, but a slow, intentional "what's been on your mind lately" creates space for honesty. Slowness signals care. It shows you are not speaking to move on, you are speaking to connect. This discipline also guards against conflict. Arguments often ignite, not because of content, but because words were thrown too fast, too sharp. A slow voice aligns thought with intention. Seneca observed, "Speech is the index of the mind." Rushed words reflect a restless mind. Slow, deliberate words reveal a mind aligned and clear. In professional life, this discipline becomes power. Imagine presenting an idea. If rushed, colleagues dismiss it as unclear. But spoken with pacing, punctuated by pauses, the same idea feels considered, credible, strong. Authority often comes not from what is said, but from how it is said. But beyond the room, the practice changes you. Speaking slowly trains patience, and patience bleeds into living. You stop rushing through meals, conversations, experiences. You begin to notice what you once skimmed past. As Aristotle wrote, "Patience is bitter, but its fruit is sweet." The fruit of slowing down your words is presence. Presence that transforms relationships, decisions, and the quality of your days. Balance is key. Too much slowness becomes monotony. Too much speed becomes noise. True rhythm lies in variation, steady flow, deliberate pauses, like music. This balance is what makes your words resonate. And when you master this rhythm, people listen differently. They stop interrupting. They give your words more weight. Influence, after all, does not always come from force. Sometimes it comes from the courage to slow down while everyone else is rushing. So the next time your voice races ahead, pause. Take a breath. Let silence be your ally. Deliver your words with intention, not haste. And as you do, notice the shift, not only in how they hear you, but in how you begin to hear yourself. Because slow words don't just shape conversations, they shape identity. They turn scattered voices into steady ones, fleeting exchanges into lasting moments. And in a world addicted to speed, slowing down is not weakness, it is strength. Here's where the 8th chapter unfolds. Imagine a conversation where both people are talking, but neither is truly listening. Each one waits for their turn, already crafting replies before the other has finished. The exchange is shallow, quickly forgotten, and yet, when a single, thoughtful question is asked, everything changes. The air shifts, the surface cracks. What was once noise turns into connection. A question is more than a request for information. It is an act of presence. It says, I am here, I noticed, and I care enough to know more. Most people skim through life exchanging empty phrases, but a question asked with attention opens a door to the soul. The Stoics knew this. True dialogue is not about winning a point, but about uncovering truth. Epictetus taught that it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. A thoughtful question keeps us humble, keeps us open. Think of the difference. Someone tells you they've been busy. You nod politely, the moment dies. Or you ask, what has been taking up most of your time? Now the conversation breathes. Now there is room for honesty. And when people feel noticed, they open, they trust, they share what would have stayed hidden. This is how trust is built, slowly, through questions that show respect rather than indifference. Trust, however, is fragile. It is tested when you disagree. Do you rush to correct, or do you ask, what makes you feel that way? One slams the door, the other leaves it open. A thoughtful question does not need to be complex. It only needs to be real. What was the highlight of your week? What's been challenging for you lately? Simple, but powerful. They shift the ground from small talk to meaning. In work, questions turn colleagues into allies. Instead of nodding through complaints, you ask, what would make this easier? Suddenly the focus is on solutions, not problems. Leaders who ask, build. Leaders who only instruct, break. Aristotle once said, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. To ask is to embody this humility. It is to say, I do not need to have all the answers. Together we can find them. In relationships, questions create intimacy. Asking a partner, what's something you've wanted to say but haven't, invites truth that might have remained buried. Asking a friend, what has inspired you lately, deepens the bond. These questions are not about circumstance, but about essence. They say, I want to know you, not just the surface of you. But questions shape more than connection with others. They shape the self. At the end of the day, asking yourself, what did I avoid today and why? Or what did I learn from this moment? Builds self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius urged himself to examine every day, to strip away illusions, to face what is real. The questions you dare to ask yourself determine the clarity you live with. Not every silence needs filling. The wise know when to ask and when to wait. A pause can be a question in itself. Marcus Aurelius reminded, "Learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference. Not every detail deserves pursuit. The art is discernment, asking because you care, not because you crave." In the end, questions are mirrors. They reveal what you value. Shallow questions, shallow presence. Depth in questions, depth in character. And when asked with sincerity, they leave marks that last long after the words fade. People may forget your sentences, but they will remember how it felt to be truly heard. So the next time you enter a conversation, resist the urge to prepare your reply. Listen. Let their words land. Then ask, not perfectly but honestly. Because when you ask better questions, you don't just change the conversation, you change the relationship. And when enough relationships change, so does the way you walk through the world. Entering the 9th chapter, imagine the moment when someone questions your ability. It could be a raised eyebrow, a doubtful glance, a casual remark tossed into the air. Or it could be sharp and public, words spoken plainly for all to hear. In that instant, your instinct may split in two, shrink back into silence, or lash out in anger, yet both extremes betray you. Silence looks like surrender, anger looks like fragility, true confidence lives elsewhere. The Stoics taught that strength is not loud. It does not beg for approval. It does not need to crush opposition. Real strength is steady action, calm persistence, the discipline of showing up again and again until doubt has no ground left to stand on. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Craving constant validation leaves you poor in spirit. Standing firm without it makes you rich in confidence. When others doubt you, it stings because it echoes the whisper already inside. Maybe they're right, maybe I'm not enough. But this is the moment identity is forged. If you let doubt dictate your choices, you shrink. If you stand your ground, you expand. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." Doubt is only perspective. Your task is to prove truth through action. Consider the rhythm of persistence. You don't silence critics with speeches. You silence them with evidence. Day after day, effort after effort, the pile of proof grows. And one day their voices fade, not because you argued, but because reality could not be denied. This is the quiet power of holding your ground, moving while others freeze, building while others hesitate. Doubt often comes from those who cannot imagine themselves doing what you attempt. Sometimes your effort reminds them of their own lack of effort. Sometimes they doubt simply because they've never seen it done. None of that is about you. Their doubt is their mirror, not your reflection. And what about doubt inside your own mind? The unfinished projects, the hesitation before an opportunity, the constant questioning of worth. Here too, the answer is the same. Stand firm. Take the next step. Let your actions carve a new voice within. I can handle this. The inner critic grows weaker every time you move through resistance. The world is always watching. Not just your words, but your composure. Defensiveness signals insecurity. Outbursts signal fragility. Calm persistence signals strength. When you stay steady in the face of doubt, you show that your confidence is not fragile, that it does not depend on universal agreement. Over time, something shifts. People stop seeing you as someone chasing validation. They begin to see you as someone who earns trust through reliability, and the deepest change is internal. You stop waiting for the world to define you. You stand because you have chosen to. So when doubt comes, and it will, do not shrink, do not explode. Stand steady. Let your actions answer. And in the end, the loudest voice will not be theirs. It will be the quiet certainty within you saying, I know who I am, and I will not be shaken. At this stage, let us step into the 10th chapter. Imagine a room where silence thickens like fog. Eyes glance from one face to another, each person waiting for someone else to move first. It might be something trivial, like choosing where to eat, or something weighty, like steering a group through crisis. In those moments, hesitation grows heavier with every passing second, and leadership begins here. Not in titles, not in grand speeches, but in the decision to step forward when others remain still. To break the silence is to claim a quiet authority, not the kind that demands recognition, but the kind that proves itself through courage. True leadership is forged not only in dramatic acts, but in the consistency of ordinary choices. Choosing clarity over confusion, calm over chaos, presence over retreat. Aristotle once said, "The true test of a man's character is what he does when no one is watching." Leadership follows the same law. It is born in moments no one applauds. Consider how hesitation operates. When no one acts, the weight of inaction compounds. A decision left hanging becomes more intimidating the longer it waits. That is why the one who moves first, even imperfectly, often becomes the natural leader. Not because their plan is flawless, but because they had the courage to move before certainty arrived. Epictetus reminded us, no great thing is created suddenly. Leadership is not the product of panic, but of deliberate steps, taken in the face of uncertainty. Think of the workplace. A problem arises. Fear of being wrong keeps mouths closed, hands lowered. Then one person offers a direction, even tentative. The silence breaks. Movement begins. Or consider friendships. Everyone avoids the difficult subject. No one wants to disturb the fragile peace. Yet the one who speaks with honesty leads, not by domination, but by care. In both cases, leadership is not perfection. It is willingness. Calmness is what separates authority from recklessness. Anyone can rush forward in frantic energy, but when you step forward steady, composed, others sense reliability. They trust you not because you are always right, but because you are always willing. Over time, those who repeatedly lead in hesitation become anchors. Eyes turn to them when uncertainty rises, and trust, once earned, is weightier than power. But leadership in hesitation is not about control. It is not about silencing others or forcing obedience. It is about creating momentum and then opening the door for collaboration. A leader who moves only to dominate gains compliance but loses trust. A leader who moves to guide and include earns both. Seneca wrote, "Courage is the first of human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees the others. Without the courage to move in uncertainty, all other virtues remain locked inside. Every time you choose action over hesitation, you strengthen self-trust. You remind yourself that you can carry responsibility. And that self-trust makes you resilient. Life will always present unclear paths, fogged with doubt. But when you have seen yourself act in those conditions, you know you can do it again. That knowledge changes how you walk into every room. So the next time silence hangs heavy and no one dares to move, remember this: leadership does not wait. It does not hide in comfort. It begins with the courage to step forward when others freeze, and each step shapes not just the moment, but the course of your life. Entering the 11th chapter, Picture yourself stepping into a room. Before you speak, before anyone hears your voice, judgments are already forming. If your shoulders slump, your feet drag, your movements drift without focus, you send a message of hesitation. You make yourself invisible, even while standing in plain sight. But when you walk upright, steady and deliberate, something shifts. People notice, not because you demand attention, but because you carry presence. Presence does not begin with words. It begins with the way you arrive. Human beings are wired to read signals long before they analyze language. Our ancestors relied on posture, rhythm, and movement to decide whether someone was a leader, a threat, or a safe companion. That instinct remains. People may not consciously study your stride, but they feel it. They sense confidence, or the lack of it, in the way you enter. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "You are what you do, not what you will say you'll do." Each step is action. Each entrance is declaration. When you walk with intention, you align the inner self with the outer frame. You don't stumble in, you arrive. Your head lifted, shoulders set, breath steady. These small choices tell the world, I respect myself enough to be present here. Think of the days when you shuffle without energy. The world feels heavier. Conversations drain faster. Confidence hides. Now compare that to the days you walk with awareness, each step carrying rhythm. You feel sharper, more engaged. The body shapes the mind as much as the mind shapes the body. Seneca observed that much of our suffering comes not from reality, but from imagination. We imagine confidence must be built inside first. Yet in truth, action builds belief. Walk with purpose, and the mind follows, and others mirror what you project. Enter a room distracted and hesitant, and uncertainty ripples outward. Enter steady and grounded, and people respond with trust. You do not need to speak louder, you only need to walk as though you belong. Leadership often begins here, long before the first word is spoken. The way you step in sets the tone. A timid arrival places you behind before you even begin. A deliberate arrival places you ahead, carrying momentum into the room. People decide who you are before you finish your first sentence, not because they are shallow, but because they are human. They read the signals, they feel the energy, and intention does not mean false bravado. It is not puffed up arrogance. It is alignment, posture with principle, stride with steadiness. Imagine facing a group in silence. If your stance is restless, the silence feels awkward. But if your frame is calm and unmoving, the silence becomes power. They lean in, waiting. Stillness communicates strength. This truth applies everywhere: interviews, meetings, first encounters, even passing strangers. Each step either collapses inward or expands outward. Each step either hides or reveals. Over time, the habit of deliberate movement shapes more than impression. It shapes identity. So the next time you cross a threshold, remember, presence begins before you speak. Let your walk declare your respect for the moment. Let your stride carry your conviction. Because when you walk with intention, you do not just move through spaces, you change them. And when enough spaces change, so does the course of your life. Advancing to the 12th chapter, imagine the silence that falls after a question, stretching long enough to feel heavy. Most people rush to fill that space, words tumbling, half-formed, spoken not because they matter, but because the quiet feels unbearable. Yet silence, when embraced, transforms. It ceases to be emptiness. It becomes presence. A pause before speaking amplifies your words. A pause after a question creates space for truth. Silence frames speech the way borders frame art. giving shape to meaning. When you sit in it without fear, people sense composure. And in a world frantic with noise, composure is unforgettable. Notice the contrast. One person rambles nervously, fleeing their own thoughts. Another speaks slowly, allowing pauses to breathe. The first feels unsettled. The second feels grounded. Silence works for them instead of against them. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength." To hold silence without panic is to prove your calm stronger than the urge to rush. Think of great speakers. Their power lies not only in words, but in the spaces between them. They pause before a key point, building anticipation. They pause after, letting the message echo. Those moments feel electric. Without silence, even eloquence collapses into noise. Aristotle observed, "Virtue lies in our power, and so does vice." Silence is the same. It can enslave or elevate, depending on how you wield it. In daily life, silence signals respect. When someone finishes speaking and you resist the urge to jump in, you show that their words matter. Your pause makes your reply feel more thoughtful. Silence also guards against regret. Many conflicts are born of words hurled too quickly. A breath, a pause, is often enough to prevent harm. But silence is not only defensive, it is creative. In stillness, ideas emerge. A mind flooded with chatter rarely produces depth. But in the quiet, clarity rises, and silence unsettles others too, not in hostility, but in gravity. When you do not rush, people lean in. They sense your words carry weight, because you are not desperate to release them. Even in conflict, silence commands. The instinct is to defend instantly. Yet the one who pauses shows steadiness. Composure speaks louder than rebuttals. To pause instead of panic is to lead with strength, and silence is anchored by the body. A pause with restless fidgeting looks uncertain. A pause with steady posture radiates authority. Calm eyes, steady breath, relaxed shoulders. Suddenly the silence is not absence, but presence. Aristotle described wisdom as knowing how and when to act. Silence is that interval, the space where wisdom has room to arrive. It ensures your words are not rushed noise, but chosen truth. Marcus Aurelius likened the mind to a rock unmoved by waves. Silence is that rock, unmoved, steady, enduring. So the next time you feel compelled to fill a pause with meaningless sound, resist. Let the quiet stretch longer than comfort. Notice how presence deepens, and when you finally speak, let your words carry the weight of having waited. Confidence is not built in a single moment. It is shaped daily through presence, stillness, courage, and truth. The Stoics remind us that strength grows each time you choose to stand firm, to speak with honesty, to carry yourself with dignity. Let these 12 lessons be more than ideas. Let them become habits. If today's message gave you clarity, take a moment to subscribe so this journey of growth continues with you. Comment with "Stand tall" to affirm your path. Remember, the next step is always waiting, and with each step, you rise stronger. Have you ever felt your peace stolen by a single careless word, a cold silence, or an unexpected disappointment? It's like handing the keys of your inner world to someone else and watching them drive you into chaos. I know that sting, the way anger can ignite in an instant, or how fear and sadness creep in and cloud your judgment until you barely recognize yourself. The Stoics saw this not as weakness, but as a universal struggle. Life has always been full of insults, losses, and sudden turns. What mattered was not the storm outside, but whether you let that storm rage inside. They believed true freedom begins in the small space between what happens and how you respond. In that space lies your strength, your clarity, your dignity. So, the real question is this: will you remain a prisoner to reflex, or will you rise as the commander of your own mind? Stay with me, and together we'll explore how to master your emotions before they master you. As we step into the first chapter, picture this: a storm moving through the sky, clouds thick with rain, lightning tearing the horizon open. That storm is not outside, it's inside. It's the rush of anger after an insult, the weight of sadness after loss, the sharp pang of jealousy when someone else has what you crave. The storm feels personal, it feels endless, and yet the Stoics would whisper, "This storm is not who you are. It is only weather passing through the landscape of your mind." Now, imagine sitting alone after a hard day. A friend spoke carelessly. A colleague overlooked your effort. A partner misunderstood your silence. You feel the heat rise in your chest or the ache in your stomach, and you think, "Why am I like this? Why can't I stay calm?" Here's the truth: emotions are not enemies. They are not broken parts of you to be hidden in shame. They are signals, bright flashing lights, telling you that something within demands attention. Anger may not be about the insult itself, but about your value being questioned. Sadness may not be about the event, but about the depth of what was cherished and lost. Jealousy may not be about another person's success, but about the mirror it holds to your own insecurity. The Stoics understood this. Emotions don't lie, but they aren't always right. They are messengers, not masters. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That sentence isn't about denying what you feel. It's about realizing that the fire outside does not burn you until you invite it in. The insult doesn't pierce until you let your interpretation sharpen it. The loss doesn't consume you until you tell yourself you cannot live without what is gone. Here's where the first great turn happens. Instead of fighting emotion, sit with it. Instead of lashing out at the first spark of anger, pause. Ask yourself, why does this sting? What is being touched here? My values, my pride, or simply my ego? That question is a sword. It cuts through the haze and exposes the truth beneath. Think of a soldier on a battlefield. Arrows rain down, dust fills the air, and chaos surrounds him. The untrained soldier panics, swinging blindly at shadows, wasting strength. But the seasoned warrior does not rush. He plants his feet, shields his heart, and waits to see clearly. He knows reacting without clarity leads to defeat. That is what the Stoics ask of us, not to suppress our emotions, but to meet them like seasoned warriors, steady, watchful, and deliberate. There is a story told of Epictetus, born a slave, who carried scars not just on his body, but on his soul. When asked how he endured cruelty, he said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them." Imagine that clarity, to suffer pain and yet know that the mind decides what the pain will mean. He could not stop another man's hand, but he could stop that hand from defining him. At this stage, let us face a hard truth. Emotions often masquerade as truth. They say, "You are disrespected, you must strike back." They whisper, "You are abandoned, you must despair." They insist, "You are less, you must envy." But those are only first drafts written by impulse. Reason is the editor, virtue is the final version, and calmness, The calmness that comes from stepping back is the signature you leave on the page of life. Picture yourself hearing an insult. The first sting arrives, sharp as a blade. You want to respond, to defend, to wound back. But then you ask, will my anger make this insult disappear? Will it lift me higher or drag me lower? The silence that follows is power. That pause is the fortress the Stoics built inside themselves. Strong walls, unshaken by outside noise. Still, no philosophy makes you superhuman. There will be days when tears come, when anger flares, when disappointment bends your back. Do not think this means failure. The Stoics never demanded that we feel nothing. They demanded that we do not become slaves to what we feel. The clouds may darken, the rain may fall, but you're not the storm. You're the sky that holds it. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Think of that. The world hurts us once, but our interpretation hurts us 1,000 times more. Someone cuts you off in traffic, one moment, but you carry the fire for hours, replaying the offense. Who really hurt you, the driver or your own mind replaying his shadow? The Stoics would say, release it, watch it pass like a cloud, let the sky clear. Here's where the practice sharpens. When emotion comes, name it. This is anger. This is fear. This is grief. Naming creates distance. Distance creates clarity. And clarity creates choice. Without that choice, you are dragged like a slave behind a runaway horse. With it, you hold the reins. You may still feel the pull, but you steer where the horse goes. Now, imagine your own life 1 year from now. Two people face the same insult. One reacts instantly, shouting, burning bridges, replaying the wound for days. The other pauses, observes, breathes, chooses. Who is stronger? Who walks free? Who carries dignity? That is the difference between being mastered by emotion and mastering emotion. Understanding emotions is also the path to healing. To suppress them is to bury seeds that will only grow wild in the dark. To acknowledge them is to shine light, to see clearly what grows and decide what to prune. Healing begins not when you say, I feel nothing, but when you say, I see what I feel and I choose how to live with it. This is not easy. It takes honesty to admit that much of our anger is pride. It takes courage to see that much of our sadness is attachment. It takes discipline to stand still when everything in you wants to run. But this is the forge where strength is made. Fire tests iron, life tests you. And so the first lesson of Stoicism is not cold detachment. It is warm clarity. To know your emotions, to see their roots, and to choose your response. You will stumble, you will still feel, but even a single step toward awareness places you ahead of the many who chase feelings blindly, tossed by every wave. As we close this first chapter, remember, emotions are not the chains that bind you. They are signals, nothing more. Your task is not to destroy them, but to understand them. And when you understand, you are no longer a passenger in the storm. You are the one steering the ship. That is where true mastery begins. Moving into the second chapter, imagine a man walking down a crowded street when suddenly someone spits out an insult, sharp, unnecessary. His heart jumps, his fists clench, and the fire rises. In that instant, he feels chained, like his dignity has been snatched away by a stranger's tongue. But here lies the test. He does not control their words. He does not control their judgments, their moods, their storms. The only thing fully his is the choice of what comes next. Now imagine yourself in that same place. You hear the slight, the sting is real, but pause for one heartbeat. You do not command the weather, the turning of years, or the hearts of others, but you do command one realm, and it is vast. Your response. Epictetus said it simply, "Some things are in our control and others not." It looks like a sentence on paper, but lived, it is the key to freedom. Most of our suffering blooms from confusion. We place expectations where they do not belong. We want others to treat us with fairness, to respect our value, to see the world as we do. When they don't, anger flares and disappointment gnaws at us. But what if the pain is not born from the insult itself, but from expecting the other to act as if they were under our command? It is like trying to order the ocean tide to stay still. Impossible and exhausting. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning that men would be ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful. He did not write these lines out of bitterness. He wrote them as armor. To expect the world to always be kind is to set yourself up for endless betrayal. To expect only that you can govern yourself is to walk steady through chaos. Think of the last time anger gripped you. Maybe the meeting where your ideas were dismissed. Maybe the family dinner where someone crossed a line. Was the root cause your own choice or someone else's behavior? If it was theirs, then why give them the keys to your peace? Why hand over the throne of your mind to a passing slight? This is not strength. This is surrender. Here's where the Stoics offer the most radical escape. Draw the boundary. With one line, cut the world in two. This I control. That I do not. It sounds simple, but it is the hardest discipline because it requires you to stop chasing what is not yours. It requires you to release the illusion that the world must bend. Picture a warrior training in silence. Arrows whistle past, but he does not command their flight. His mastery is not in the sky, but in his shield, his stance, his breath. He accepts what comes and holds his ground. In the same way, you cannot stop others from insulting, judging, failing, betraying. But you can hold your ground, calm and unbroken. Let me tell you of a man who practiced this. A shopkeeper once faced a customer who berated him unjustly. His hands shook as he wrapped the goods, his mind screaming for retaliation. But he remembered the line, "Their anger is theirs, my calm is mine." He smiled, spoke softly, and finished the transaction. Later, the same customer returned, humbled, apologizing. The shopkeeper had not won by silence over words. He had won by refusing to hand over his sovereignty. Every time you pause instead of lashing out, you carve strength into your character. Each time you choose intention over impulse, you step closer to freedom. Freedom from being someone else's puppet. Freedom from being thrown around by the storms of circumstance. This does not make you cold, it makes you clear. The world will still sting, but you will no longer bleed from every scratch. You will waste less energy on what cannot be moved and direct more toward shaping yourself. Imagine the power of a life no longer wasted on resentment, complaint, and blame. That power builds character, resilience, and presence. The distinction is simple, but it will cut your chains. You do not control how they see you. You do not control if the world is fair, but you control your gaze, your words, your choices. That is enough. That is everything. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." These words are not a comfort only for emperors. They are a compass for you, here and now. So next time the insult comes, or the disappointment arrives, remember the boundary. Let what is outside fall away. Stand with what is yours. Choose your response, Because each choice, no matter how small, is a victory. Each choice builds the fortress of a liberated mind, and from that fortress you are ready to face the next truth. A truth most never discover. Emotions are not automatic, they are crafted by thought, and if you can change the way you think, you can rewrite the way you feel. That is where we go next. Lesson 3 awaits. Moving into the third chapter, imagine the sting of an insult thrown carelessly in your direction. The words land sharp, and almost instantly anger floods your chest. Or picture the moment you are rejected. Suddenly your stomach knots, your heart sinks, and sadness spreads like a shadow. Or the day you fail at something that mattered deeply, and fear rushes in, whispering that perhaps you are not enough. Most of us grow up believing these reactions are natural, automatic, unavoidable, that anyone in our position would feel exactly the same. But the Stoics ask us to look again, to pause and ask, are these emotions truly born from the events themselves or from the way we interpret them? Now imagine two colleagues, Alex and Daniel, working in a high-pressure tech company in New York. Both assigned to the same critical project, both facing the same looming deadline. Then, disaster strikes. A catastrophic data error wipes out almost everything they had built. Hours of work gone, only 24 hours left to salvage the situation. Alex panics. His breath shortens, his chest tightens, his thoughts spiral into catastrophe. How could this happen? I'm finished. I'll be fired. Everything is ruined. His hands shake as he paces, unable to think clearly, paralyzed by fear. Daniel faces the same crisis. He stops. He breathes. He is not happy, but he is not drowning either. His first thought is calm. This has happened. Now, what can I still control? He lists what files can be recovered. He calls tech support. He reaches out to the client to request more time, and because his mind stayed clear, the project is saved. Here is the lesson. The difference between Alex and Daniel was not the situation. It was the story each man told himself about the situation. Alex's thoughts declared, "This is the end. My career is over." Those thoughts birthed panic, and panic crippled him. Daniel's thoughts framed the crisis as a problem to solve, not a death sentence. And that framing gave him the power to act. The same storm, two sailors, one sinks, one sails. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Think about that. Pain is not a fixed fact. It is a judgment, a lens, a choice. What burns us most is not the fire of the event, but the fuel of our own interpretation. At this stage, realize that emotions are not flash floods that sweep you away without warning. They are streams that begin in thought. The thought may be quick, almost invisible, but it is there. An insult only becomes a wound when you decide it means you are diminished. Rejection only becomes despair when you decide it means you are worthless. Failure only becomes hopelessness when you decide it means you have no future. The story you tell yourself is the spark. The emotion is the flame. Here's where the practice begins. When anger rises, do not lash out. Pause and ask, what thought is fueling this fire? When fear grips you about the future, ask, what story am I telling myself right now? When sadness presses down, ask, what meaning have I attached to this loss? Each time you slow down enough to uncover the thought beneath the feeling, you practice Stoicism. Each time you expose the hidden script, you reclaim authorship over your life. Think of a man standing in the middle of a storm. Winds howl, Rain lashes, thunder shakes the ground. Most people believe he has no choice but to be soaked, battered, broken. But what if he discovers that much of the storm is inside him? That the loudest thunder is his own interpretation, echoing in his mind? That realization is power. He cannot stop the rain, but he can stop his mind from declaring it unbearable. This is not theory, it is training, and it is daily. The world will always offer insults, losses, and failures. You cannot silence those events, but you can learn to silence the catastrophic narrative that magnifies them. Mastering emotion does not mean feeling nothing. It means refusing to let unconscious reflexes write the story of your life. Seneca warned that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. How many times have you suffered twice? Once when the event happened, and then 1,000 more times as you replayed it in your mind, adding meaning, adding fear, adding despair. The world cut you once. Your imagination cut you endlessly. That is the prison of thoughtless emotion. Picture yourself tomorrow facing criticism. The old reflex is immediate: defensiveness, anger, retaliation. But this time you pause. You ask, what thought is making me angry? Perhaps it is the belief that criticism means I am inadequate. See the thought, challenge it, and the anger begins to shrink. Or picture yourself worrying at night about the future. Your chest tightens as you imagine disasters. This time you ask, what story am I telling myself? You realize it is the story that failure is inevitable. You challenge it. The worry loses its grip. Each time you do this, you strengthen a muscle of clarity. Each time you interrupt the chain between thought and reflex, you reclaim freedom. And freedom is the heart of Stoicism. Not freedom from pain, but freedom from enslavement. You may still feel anger, but it no longer commands you. You may still feel sorrow, but it no longer defines you. You may still feel fear, but it no longer dictates your path. At this stage, understand what the Stoics promised. Not a life without emotion, but a life where emotions are no longer your jailers. They become signals, information, raw data. They whisper of what you value, of what you fear, of what you must examine, and then, with reason, you decide what to do. So let us close this chapter with clarity. Emotions are not automatic reflexes. They are children of thought. Change the thought, and you change the feeling. Change the feeling, and you change the action. Change the action, and you change your life. That is the chain. That is the discipline. That is the path to freedom. And from this freedom, we step forward. For if emotions are born from thought, then training the mind is training the whole of life. This is where the next lesson begins. Entering the fourth chapter, think of that instant when an arrow of insult lands in your chest, or when the sudden storm of disappointment shakes your ground. The body reacts before the mind even has a chance to breathe. Anger flares, fear rises, panic waits at the door. But here is the hidden truth. Between what happens and what you do about it, there is a gap. A space so small it is almost invisible, yet powerful enough to change the course of your entire life. Now imagine a fire breaking out in a room. Some rush blindly into the flames, burned by their own reflex. Others pause just long enough to find the exit, to act with purpose rather than panic. That pause is the difference between destruction and survival. In our daily lives, that pause is the difference between regret and wisdom, between slavery to emotion and mastery of self. Epictetus taught that while you cannot control what others say or do, you can always control how you interpret and respond. That control begins in the gap But the challenge is real. Emotions are faster than reason. A single insult can ignite anger in seconds. A sudden loss can send fear racing through your veins. If you do not claim that pause, you will be swept away. Let me share with you the quiet strength of Fred Rogers. For decades he sat before millions of children, speaking softly, gently, while the world of television grew louder, harsher, and more obsessed with spectacle. Many mocked him. They said he was too soft, too kind, too naive for the times. Imagine that, being laughed at not for cruelty, but for kindness. Most of us would snap back, defend ourselves, fight to prove our worth. Fred Rogers chose silence. He chose the pause. He smiled, he continued his work, and he let consistency prove his truth. That was not weakness. That was mastery. This is what Stoicism looks like in practice. To know that the world will throw chaos your way. To accept that cruelty, injustice, and disappointment will come, and yet to build a fortress within where your responses are chosen, not dictated. You do not live in a perfect world. You live in a turbulent one, but the space between stimulus and response belongs entirely to you. Think of your own life. A rude message flashes on your phone. Do you fire back instantly, only to regret it later? Or do you pause, breathe, and let reason enter before you answer? A rejection meets you at the door. Do you declare yourself unworthy? Or do you pause long enough to see that rejection is only redirection? A setback arrives uninvited. Do you collapse? Or do you wait, steady yourself, and move forward stronger? Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. His words are not distant echoes, they are living reminders. Every insult, every failure, every injustice, none of them control your peace unless you surrender it. The moment you pause, you reclaim it. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a battlefield. Arrows fly, dust rises, and chaos roars. The impulsive soldier charges blindly and falls. The wise soldier plants his feet, watches the pattern, and waits for the right move. His pause saves him. His pause gives him victory. You are that soldier in the battles of your own life. The pause is your shield. Here is the practice. When emotion strikes, count one breath before you speak. Feel the surge of anger, but let it pass through you like wind through a canyon. Ask yourself, is this action mine, or is it my emotions? That question alone extends the gap. That question alone turns reflex into choice. Each time you do this, you carve strength into your character. Each time you do this, you step closer to freedom. Do not mistake this for weakness. Weakness is being ruled by impulse. Strength is being governed by principle. Anyone can shout. Anyone can strike back. Few can pause, choose, and act from clarity. That is power. That is discipline. That is the heart of Stoicism. And if this message stirs something in you, let it be this. Your freedom begins in a breath. One pause can change the tone of a conversation, the direction of a day, even the shape of a life. If you're ready to practice this art, to train your mind to hold steady when the world shakes, I invite you to stay with me on this journey. Tap subscribe so you won't miss what comes next. And if you're here to claim your calm, leave a comment with just one word: pause. Because when the storm rages, when anger bites, when fear prowls, your pause is not emptiness. It is everything. It is your fortress. It is your strength. And it is the first step toward peace that nothing outside can take from you. At this stage, imagine you are walking up to a podium. Hundreds of eyes fix on you. The lights are bright, your heart is pounding, and your palms are slick with sweat. In your mind, disaster plays out like a cruel rehearsal, forgetting your lines, hearing whispers of boredom, stumbling so badly that the whole talk collapses. The fear itself begins to carve the path toward failure. But what if that fear had already been faced before you ever stepped onto the stage? Now imagine the night before. You sit quietly, close your eyes, and deliberately picture the worst. You see yourself forgetting a sentence. You imagine faces in the crowd, unmoved, some even indifferent. You feel the weight of silence, the sting of doubt. But then, in your mind, you rehearse your response. You smile, you breathe, you continue. Suddenly, the nightmare shrinks. It is no longer a monster in the dark, but a shadow you have already met. And when morning comes, you walk into the room, not unshaken, but unafraid. This is adversity rehearsal, a practice older than empires. Seneca once wrote, "He robs present ills of their power, who has perceived their coming beforehand. Whoever has anticipated misfortune before it arrives is no longer harmed when it does." The wisdom is sharp. What weakens us most is not hardship itself, but the belief that hardship should never arrive. When life breaks our illusions of safety, emotions revolt, panic, rage, despair, all of them are born from unmet expectations. But the one who has already envisioned struggle does not collapse. He nods, for he has seen this storm before. Picture yourself building a company from nothing. Most people cling to dreams of success, applause, smooth roads ahead. But the Stoic looks further. He imagines failure, clients leaving, partners betraying, sleepless nights, loneliness creeping in like a shadow. He does not imagine these to wallow. He imagines to prepare. So when loss comes, he does not scream, "Life is unfair." He whispers, "I expected this, I trained for this," and he continues forward. That is power. That is calm. Here's where the paradox shines. Adversity rehearsal is not pessimism, it is courage in disguise. You do not imagine to worry more, you imagine to stop worrying. You do not picture misfortune to bow to it. You picture it so that when it arrives, it cannot enslave you. It becomes familiar. And familiarity kills fear. The ancients practiced this daily. Exile, loss, war, even death. They faced them in their minds long before they arrived in reality. This was not morbid ritual. It was liberation. Because once you have tasted the bitterness of loss in thought, the taste in life no longer overwhelms you. You have met it before, and so it cannot surprise you. And surprise, not pain, is what breaks the human spirit most. Consider another layer. When you picture losing what you love, you learn to love it more fiercely while it is here. Think of your health. Imagine waking tomorrow unable to walk. The thought alone fills you with dread, but then you rise and take a step today, and gratitude floods your veins. Think of someone dear to you. Imagine their absence. The heart trembles, but then you return to them now, present, grateful, more awake to their presence than ever before. By contemplating loss, you awaken to the richness of what is still yours. Adversity rehearsal is not a trick of psychology. It is a spiritual discipline. It is the soldier sharpening his blade before battle. It is the sailor checking ropes before the storm. It is you sitting quietly, facing the fears that stalk you and saying, "I know your face. You will not rule me." The master of emotions is never surprised by life's cruelty. He expects uncertainty, and therefore he remains steady within it. He does not collapse when betrayed, because betrayal was always possible. He does not shatter at rejection, because rejection was never unthinkable. The ordinary man says, "I never thought this would happen." The Stoic says, "I knew it could, and I remain myself." That difference is everything. So here is the invitation. Do not wait for adversity to arrive before you decide who you will be. Begin now. Close your eyes and let the shadows come. Picture what you fear most: the failure, the loss, the rejection. Then ask, if this happens, how will I act in a way that preserves my dignity? That answer is your armor. That preparation is your shield. And when the day comes, and it always will, you will meet hardship not as a victim, but as an equal. You will stand free in the face of it, because you rehearsed your courage in advance. That is the lesson. That is the gift. And from this strength, we move forward. For once you can face the imagined storm without breaking, you are ready to face the real one with unshakable calm. The next step is waiting. From here, let us step into the quiet room where emotions knock on the door. Most of us have been taught to slam that door shut, to act as if nothing is happening inside. We clench our jaws, swallow our feelings, and tell ourselves, this is strength. But that isn't mastery. That is running away. The Stoic does not run. The Stoic looks reality in the eye, even the reality within. Now imagine envy walking into your mind. It wears a sharp smile. It stirs restlessness in your chest. The usual instinct is denial. I'm not envious. I just don't like that person. But if you pause, if you are honest, you will see envy is not a demon come to destroy you. It is a messenger. It points to something you secretly admire, something you have not yet given yourself permission to pursue: confidence, recognition, success. Envy is saying, why don't you give yourself this chance? Why are you abandoning your own potential? The emotion isn't evil. It is a demanding friend insisting you listen. At this stage, let us turn to fear. Fear shows up most often when you stand at the edge of something new: the job interview, the confession of love, the leap into the unknown. The first reaction is always to step back, to protect yourself. But the Stoic asks a deeper question. What exactly am I afraid of? Is it failure? Is it the judgment of others? Or is it an old wound, long hidden, now calling for healing? When you dare to sit with fear, when you treat it not as an enemy but as a guest at your table, you find it is not as terrifying as it first appeared. Often, behind fear lies desire. Behind trembling lies the thing you most want. Here's where the philosophy sharpens. Marcus Aurelius taught, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. Extend that to your inner world. Emotions are not the chains themselves. They are the signals. They whisper of values violated, hopes abandoned, or desires unacknowledged. Anger means something you treasure is being attacked. Sadness means something you loved has slipped away. Disappointment means you once believed in a higher standard. None of this is meaningless. Each emotion points to what matters most. Consider a story. A young athlete loses an important game. He storms off, furious at himself, smashing his water bottle against the wall. To everyone else, this looks like weakness. But when he finally breathes, he realizes the anger is showing him something. It isn't the loss itself. It is that he cares deeply about excellence. His emotion is revealing the depth of his commitment. If he treats that anger as an enemy, he only destroys himself. If he treats it as a teacher, he learns how much he values discipline. The difference lies in whether he listens or fights. The Stoics never demanded that you suppress. They demanded that you observe. Seneca wrote that no man is crushed by misfortune unless he has first deceived himself. In the same way, no one is ruled by emotion unless he first refuses to hear its message. The mature man does not silence the voice within, he learns its language. So let us be clear. When you make emotions your battlefield, you always lose, because what you resist grows stronger in the dark. But when you turn the battlefield into a dialogue, everything changes. You stop swinging blindly at shadows. You start holding a mirror. In that mirror, you see the deeper self that wants to be understood. And here is the paradox. When you stop trying to kill your emotions, they stop trying to kill you. They become guides, allies, companions walking beside you, pointing to the path you must take. Anger reminds you to protect your values. Fear pushes you to grow. Sadness teaches you to treasure what is fleeting. Even envy shows you where you have left your own potential untapped. At this stage of life, maturity is not measured by how little you feel, but by how wisely you listen. Anyone can bury emotions. Few can converse with them. Fewer still can learn from them. And those who do, those who listen rather than judge, find themselves free. So stop imagining yourself as a cold machine who must erase every feeling to find peace. That is not peace. That is emptiness. True mastery is softer and stronger at once. It is sitting with your inner self as you would with a demanding but loyal friend. It is listening, questioning, and then choosing how to live. Because once you learn to converse with emotions, you will notice something powerful. They no longer drag you into chaos. They no longer seize the wheel. They walk beside you, pointing toward the person you were always meant to become. And that is freedom. That is Stoic strength. From here, the path opens wider. For if emotions can be transformed into allies, what else inside you can be reshaped into a source of power? The journey continues, and the next lesson waits. Advancing to the 7th chapter, picture yourself at the end of a long day. The world has thrown noise, demands, and frustrations at you. You sit in silence, pen in hand, staring at the blank page of a journal. This is not about writing poetry, nor is it about keeping a record of events. It is a mirror, a space where you step back and face yourself as if you were both the student and the teacher. Now ask, how did I respond when I was tested today? Did I let anger speak louder than reason? Did I throw words that I now regret? Or did I hold steady even for a moment when the storm arrived? These questions, written in the quiet of evening, train the mind to observe without condemnation. You begin to see anger not as an identity, but as a wave that rose and fell. You see sadness not as a prison, but as a passing shadow. And little by little, you separate yourself from the grip of emotions. You stop being consumed. You start becoming aware. From here, step into the morning. Before the day even begins, the Stoics recommend a ritual of remembering. Marcus Aurelius would wake and remind himself, "Today I will meet arrogance, deceit, selfishness, injustice," not because he was bitter, not because he lost faith in people, but because he knew disappointment is born from unrealistic hope. If you believe the world must always be kind, you will break at the first cruelty. But if you accept that people are flawed, you meet their flaws without shock. Prepared, you remain steady. Imagine a soldier marching into battle with full awareness of the swamps and stones ahead. He does not curse the mud when he sinks. He expected it. He does not despair at the rocks. He already trained to climb them. This is how you walk into your day when you prepare your mind at dawn. You are not demanding perfection. You are acknowledging reality, and by doing so, you remain unbroken. At this stage, the practice deepens with the power of the pause. When anger burns hot in your chest or anxiety grips your ribs, stop, inhale, exhale, watch your emotion as if from a distance. Ask yourself, where did this come from? Does it truly reflect reality, or is it my interpretation? Does it serve me right now, or is it pulling me off course? In that breath, you reclaim choice. You are no longer a slave to reflex. You are the helmsman of your own ship, guiding it through restless waves with a steady hand. Think of a sailor on dark waters. He does not command the sea to be calm. He steadies the wheel, adjusts the sail, and trusts his training. The waves do not vanish, but neither does the ship sink. In the same way, your emotions may rise like waves, but you do not drown if you hold fast to awareness. That is the habit. That is the discipline. Do not underestimate these practices because they seem small. Writing a reflection at night, whispering a reminder in the morning, taking a breath in the middle of conflict. They appear ordinary, but repetition transforms them into armor. It is not the grand gesture that forges resilience. It is the daily, unglamorous work of returning to yourself. Day after day, choice after choice, you build a mind that does not bow to every gust of wind. Seneca once said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Daily practice proves this. When you pause, you notice how often your suffering comes not from what happened, but from the story you told about it. When you reflect, you see patterns, habits of thought that betray you more than the world ever could. And when you prepare each morning, you disarm disappointment before it can ambush you. Here's the revelation. Mastery is not the absence of emotion. It is the presence of awareness. You will still feel anger. You will still taste sorrow. But they will not define you. They will pass as clouds pass across the open sky. And beneath them, always, remains the steady blue. Daily Stoic habits are not chains. They are keys. They open the door to a life lived with clarity, where emotions no longer seize the throne, but serve as advisors. And when you have practiced long enough, when you have written, breathed, and remembered through countless ordinary days, you will stand in extraordinary moments with unshakable calm. So let us close this chapter with a challenge. Do not wait for crisis to practice mastery. Begin tonight with one honest reflection. Begin tomorrow with one clear reminder. And when the storm arrives, as it surely will, you will already know the terrain. You will already have trained. And your emotions will no longer command you. They will walk beside you. And this leads us onward. For the final lesson is not about holding emotions at bay. It is about learning to live fully with them, to walk freely in their company without fear. The journey continues. Entering the 8th chapter, picture yourself standing at the edge of the sea. Waves rise without warning, some small, brushing gently against your ankles, others towering, crashing with force, threatening to pull you under. These waves are your emotions. They arrive uninvited, unpredictable, relentless. You cannot command the tide to stop, but you can learn to stand steady, to watch them come and go without letting them carry you away. Too many mistake Stoicism for numbness. They picture a cold face, a heart turned to stone, untouched by joy or grief. But that is not Stoicism. That is lifelessness. The Stoic does not reject feeling. The Stoic feels deeply. The difference is this: they do not confuse emotions with identity. They refuse to let a passing wave define the entire ocean. Now imagine anger flaring up inside you. Your chest tightens, your pulse quickens, your mind sharpens into attack. The untrained mind either erupts or suppresses. both paths leading to ruin. But the Stoic takes a different road. They pause, acknowledge, and ask, where does this come from? Is it worthy of me? Does it serve my purpose? By questioning, they turn chaos into clarity. The anger becomes visible, not as a master, but as a visitor. And like a gust of wind across the lake, it stirs ripples for a moment and then passes. At this stage, it becomes clear that Stoicism is not about becoming a machine. It is about becoming awake enough to feel sadness without drowning in it. Awake enough to feel happiness without losing reason. Awake enough to face disappointment without collapse. Awake enough to live with emotions instead of being consumed by them. Think back to the hardest moments of your life. Wasn't the deepest wound caused not by the event itself, but by your reaction to it? The breakup, the failure, the betrayal, painful, yes. But the collapse came when you gave that fleeting emotion the keys to your entire being. When sorrow became despair, when anger became vengeance, when fear became paralysis. The Stoic path invites you to live differently, not by denying these moments, but by standing above them, choosing not to let them command who you are. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." This is not an illusion of strength. It is strength itself. It is the reminder that events and emotions do not dictate your worth. Your response does. Let's take joy as an example. Most cling to it desperately, terrified of its departure. A good day, a kind word, a victory, joy rises, and we want it to last forever. But in clinging, we suffocate it. We become anxious, worried about its loss, blind to its beauty in the moment. The Stoic learns to enjoy joy fully but lightly, to smile with gratitude, knowing it too will pass. Joy, like sorrow, is a wave. You ride it, you appreciate it, but you do not chain yourself to it. At this point, imagine walking through a forest at dusk. The path shifts between sunlight and shadow, one moment bright, the next dim. Would you curse the nightfall as unnatural or accept it as part of the cycle? Emotions move through us in the same way. Sadness, happiness, anger, peace. They alternate like day and night. The wise do not demand eternal daylight. They walk with both, and therefore remain whole. Seneca observed, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." Every emotion is a friction. Every surge of feeling is a chance to polish your inner strength. Beneath anger, you discover what you value. Beneath sadness, what you have loved. Beneath fear, what you long for. And beneath disappointment, the standards you once believed in. No emotion is meaningless. Each carries a hidden lesson, if only you dare to sit with it. Picture someone in grief. A loved one has passed. The heart aches, tears fall, silence weighs heavy. The Stoic does not pretend this doesn't hurt. They do not put on a mask of indifference. They feel the ache, but they do not collapse into endless despair. They honor the love by living more fully. They honor the memory by carrying wisdom forward. This is not coldness. This is maturity. At this stage of practice, you begin to see emotions not as invaders, but as guests. They knock, they enter, they stay for a while, and then they leave. If you fight them, they turn violent. If you cling to them, they overstay. But if you welcome them, listen, and let them go when it is time, you remain free. Free not from feeling, but from being imprisoned by feeling. Now think of your own days. How often do you curse sadness as an enemy? How often do you chase joy like a fugitive afraid to lose it? How often do you let fear build walls around your choices? The Stoic learns another way, to allow sadness without letting it define the whole day, to embrace joy without fearing its end, to walk with fear until it points to what truly matters. This is the art of living fully with emotions. And here lies the heart of Stoicism: inner freedom. Freedom from instinct, freedom from reflex, freedom to choose. Not freedom from pain or joy, but freedom within them. You can cry without losing yourself. You can laugh without forgetting reason. You can love without fearing loss. And you can grieve without giving up on life. So remember this: emotions do not define you. They visit, they pass, but they are not your identity. What defines you is the response you choose, the dignity you uphold, the wisdom you cultivate. You are not the storm. You are the sky through which the storm passes. And once you grasp this, once you see yourself not as a victim of every wave, but as the steady shore it crashes upon, you truly live, not drifting, not enslaved, but awake. Awake to pain, awake to joy, awake to the fleeting nature of all things. The final commitment is simple yet profound. Do not try to eliminate emotions. Observe them, understand them, let them come, let them go, without panic, without resistance, without attachment. For Stoicism does not ask you to be cold, it invites you to be free. At this stage, the journey circles back to its beginning. Mastery is not about silence of the heart, but clarity of the mind. Emotions rise and fall, but you remain. This is the art. This is the freedom. This is life lived fully, in strength, in awareness, in peace. Remember this: mastering your emotions does not mean silencing them. It means understanding them, listening to their message, and guiding them with reason. Stoicism never asked you to erase your feelings. It asks you to be free, free from being dragged by every passing impulse. Free to stand clear and strong even when life feels like chaos. This is not cold theory. It is a mindset tested in the storms of history, a discipline that teaches you to stay calm when the world shakes and to remain grounded when the ground beneath you feels unsteady. If you carry one lesson with you today, let it be this: emotions are not your enemies. They are signals, but without discipline, they will try to rule you. With discipline, with practice, you take back the reins. You choose when to act. You choose how to see. You become the one in control. That is the freedom Stoicism offers, and it begins not tomorrow, not someday, but right now with the choices you make. So I invite you to reflect. Think of a moment when you overcame an impulse, when you won a small battle against anger, fear, or despair. Share it in the comments with just 2 words: my victory. Your story may give courage to someone else walking this same path. And if this message speaks to you, subscribe so we can continue this journey together. There is more to uncover, more strength to build, more clarity to carry into your daily life. Until we meet again, stay calm, stay grounded, and remember this truth: no one can control you when you have mastered yourself. Have you ever felt that one careless word, one unfair glance, or one sudden disappointment was enough to hijack your entire day? It's like handing over the steering wheel of your life to anger, fear, or pride, and watching yourself crash into regret. I've been there, and I've seen how quick reactions leave scars deeper than the wound itself. The Stoics believed that our true strength is not found in fighting the storm outside, but in mastering the storm within. Life will always test us, with insults, with setbacks, with moments that ignite the fire of impulse. But in that split second between what happens and what we choose to do, there is freedom. That space is small, but it is everything. So the real question is this: when the world presses against you, will you be ruled by reflex, or will you stand firm in reason? In this journey, we'll uncover a path the ancients walked, a way to train the mind to respond, not react. Stay with me, and let's step into that stillness together. As we step into this first chapter, picture a moment when the world pressed hard against you. Maybe it was a cruel word that cut deeper than it should have, or a sudden setback that left you standing in silence, wondering how everything shifted so quickly. The air gets heavy, your chest tightens, and before you know it, your mouth opens, your emotions flare, and the words spill out. Words that you wish you could take back, actions that you wish you hadn't taken. We've all been there, trapped in that instant when reaction feels like the only option. Now imagine standing at that same crossroads, but instead of being swept away, you pause. You feel the sting, but you don't let it control you. You see the wave coming, yet you do not drown. You hold yourself still, and in that stillness, you choose. That is the difference between reacting and responding. It's not a small difference, it is the distance between chaos and clarity, between regret and wisdom, between weakness and strength. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher emperor, reminded himself every morning, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He ruled an empire, yet he wrestled with the same storms we do: anger, impatience, frustration. His journals were not polished speeches, they were reminders to himself, please, almost, to stay steady when life pulled at him from every side. If even an emperor needed those reminders, what makes us think we can do without them? Here's the truth. Reaction is easy. It takes no discipline, no thought, no wisdom. A spark hits and the fire spreads. But response, that is an art. It is the warrior's discipline, the craftsman's patience, the philosopher's clarity. It means holding the line within when everything outside tries to break through. It means refusing to let your peace be a toy in the hands of circumstance. I remember a man I once knew who lost his temper in a single conversation and burned a bridge that had taken years to build. One insult, one flash of anger, and the bond was gone. But I've also seen the opposite. I've seen someone face an insult with calm eyes, with silence that spoke louder than any retort, and in that silence they held the higher ground. The difference between those two men was not intelligence, not status, not luck. It was choice. One reacted, the other responded. Seneca warned that the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Delay is not weakness. Delay is mastery. It is the refusal to hand over your freedom to the first emotion that stirs inside you. It is the pause that makes space for reason, for courage, for justice, for temperance, the very virtues the Stoics built their lives upon. In that space, you are no longer a prisoner. You are free. So let me ask you, when life presses against you, will you be a puppet pulled by invisible strings, or will you be the hand that holds them steady? Will you be the leaf tossed by the wind, or the tree rooted deep in the earth? Every insult, every disappointment, every trial is an invitation to rise above reflex and live from principle. This is where our journey begins. The battlefield is not out there. It is in here, in the space between what strikes us and what we choose to do next. Train your mind to see that space. Train your will to live in it. Because in that space lives freedom. In that space lives strength. In that space, you find the power to transform every challenge into the raw material of growth. And so, as we close this first step, hold on to this. Reacting may feel natural, but responding is what makes you unshakable. Responding is what makes you free. And from here, we turn toward the first tool that allows us to step into that space, the discipline of self-awareness. Moving into this second chapter, imagine holding a mirror so close to your face that every line, every shadow, every mark is impossible to ignore. It can feel uncomfortable. Sometimes it even hurts. Yet, without that mirror, without that unflinching gaze, you would never truly know the face you carry into the world. The same is true of the mind. Without the mirror of self-awareness, we stumble through life blind to the forces that move us, mistaking reflex for choice, mistaking habit for freedom. Here's where the heart of discipline begins. Picture a moment when you snapped at someone you cared about, a friend, a partner, even a child. You later told yourself, "I didn't mean it. I was just tired. I was just stressed." But beneath those excuses lies a deeper truth. You weren't watching yourself. You weren't aware of the storm rising inside until it broke through. The Stoics would call this failure to govern the inner citadel. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And mastery always begins with awareness. Think of self-awareness as the sentry at the gate of the fortress. Without a sentry, enemies walk in unchallenged. With a sentry, every movement is noticed, every approach tested. Your emotions, your impulses, your sudden surges of anger or fear. They are not enemies to be destroyed, but visitors to be questioned. Who sent you? What do you want? Do you serve me, or will you betray me? That is the work of awareness. I remember a colleague years ago who seemed to carry peace with him into every room. People tested him, deadlines shifted, clients snapped. He didn't pretend those moments didn't sting. I saw his jaw tighten, his breath catch. But then, almost visibly, he would catch himself. He would pause, tilt his head slightly, and only then answer. Later, he told me his secret. He had trained himself to notice the first sign of rising emotion, the clenching of his fist, the heat in his chest, the flood of words forming before he was ready. "Once I feel it," he said, "I know I have a choice. That is the quiet power of awareness." Marcus Aurelius, writing to himself in the solitude of his tent, urged, "Look well into yourself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if you will always look." He wasn't romanticizing. He was commanding himself to watch, to see, to know. Because once you see clearly, you can no longer claim ignorance. Self-awareness strips away the comfort of excuses. It forces you to admit, yes, that anger was mine, not theirs. Yes, that fear was mine, not the world's. And this is why self-awareness is not soft. It is brutal. It is like standing naked in a cold wind. It leaves you no shield except the truth. But in that truth, there is freedom. Because if the anger is yours, you can learn to master it. If the fear is yours, you can learn to meet it. If the habit is yours, you can train yourself to change it. Without awareness, you are a puppet. With awareness, the strings fall from your hands and coil at your feet. So ask yourself, what do you notice in your body before you break? What thought repeats itself before you speak words you regret? Do you recognize the heat rising in your chest, the trembling in your jaw, the quickening of your voice? Or do you only realize it after the damage is done? This is the practice, to catch the spark before it becomes fire, to see the ripple before it becomes a wave. Awareness alone does not guarantee wisdom, but without it, wisdom is impossible. It is the foundation, the starting line, the first stone in the road to mastery. When you train your eye to watch your own mind, you stop being a prisoner of reflex. You become the observer, the strategist, the commander within your own walls. So let this be the mark you carry from this chapter. Awareness is not about perfection, it is about vigilance. The more you watch, the clearer you see. And the clearer you see, the freer you become. From here we step into the next discipline, one the Stoics considered sacred, the power of the pause. Because once you see the storm rising within, the question becomes, can you hold still long enough to choose your answer? As we step into the third chapter, imagine standing at the edge of a cliff with the wind howling in your ears. One step forward and you fall, one steady breath and you regain your balance. That thin line between falling and standing, that is the pause. That is the space where your freedom lives. Now think of the last time someone pushed your buttons. Maybe they raised their voice, cut you off, dismissed you in front of others. Your pulse spiked, your jaw clenched, and the urge to strike back rushed to the surface. That is the cliff. Most people take the step forward without even knowing it. They react, they tumble, but the Stoics taught us to stop at the edge, to recognize that gap between stimulus and response. Epictetus reminded his students, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. What matters is the pause. This pause is not emptiness, it is power. It is the archer drawing back the string before releasing. It is the sculptor holding his chisel above the stone, waiting for the right angle. It is the soldier holding position until the moment is right. That breath, that delay, that heartbeat, that is where mastery begins. I once watched a man in a crowded meeting room absorb a harsh insult. Everyone expected him to lash back. Instead, he leaned back, folded his hands, and went silent. For a moment, the room was tense, almost awkward. Then he spoke, calm, measured, undeniable. His words landed heavier because they were not rushed. His silence before he spoke had weight. Later, someone whispered, that pause was the most powerful thing he did. Seneca wrote, the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Delay is not surrender. Delay is strategy. It's buying yourself the only thing you truly need, time to choose. When you pause, you're not ignoring the insult, the setback, the sting. You're acknowledging it, but refusing to let it dictate your move. You're saying, I will act, but I will act on my terms. That is what separates a wise man from a slave of impulse. Think of the pause as armor. The world may fire arrows of insult, chaos, or injustice. If you react instantly, you let them pierce your skin. But if you pause, the arrows glance off your shield. You don't waste your strength flailing. You conserve it for the strike that matters. The pause protects you from yourself, your anger, your pride, your fear. But make no mistake, the pause is hard. It feels unnatural. Our culture glorifies speed, instant answers, quick comebacks. Yet what looks like speed is often just weakness dressed as confidence. True strength is patient. True wisdom is deliberate. A pause may last only a second, but within that second lies the difference between regret and respect, between chaos and clarity. So let this chapter leave its mark on you. The pause is not hesitation, it is command. It is the sign of someone who refuses to be owned by circumstance. It is the space where your reason awakens, where your values rise, where your discipline speaks louder than your ego. At this stage, remember this: the world can provoke you, but it cannot move you without your consent. The pause is your proof. Hold it, and you hold everything. And from here, we turn to the art of reframing, how to see the very blows of life not as wounds, but as tools for your growth. Advancing to this fourth chapter, imagine carrying a stone in your pocket. At first, it feels heavy, awkward, even painful. But then one day you take that same stone, place it in your hand, and realize it can sharpen a blade, anchor a foundation, or mark a path. Nothing about the stone has changed. Only your perspective has. That shift, the act of reframing, is where Stoic power reveals itself. Think of the last time life struck you with something unfair. Maybe it was rejection after you gave your best, betrayal from someone you trusted, or a loss you never saw coming. The instinct is to curse it, to call it a curse. But Marcus Aurelius, in the heart of his own suffering, wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." To him, the obstacle was not a wall, it was the path itself. I recall a friend who lost his job unexpectedly. For weeks, he called it the worst thing that had ever happened to him. His pride was crushed, his savings dwindling. But months later, he admitted that being forced out had given him the freedom to pursue work he actually cared about. "Losing that job saved me," he said. The event hadn't changed. His framing of it had. This is the essence of reframing, to take the raw material of suffering and see within it the seed of strength. It is not denial. It is not pretending the wound doesn't hurt. It is standing before the wound and asking, what can this teach me? How can this forge me? Epictetus taught that we cannot control events, but we can control how we interpret them. That interpretation is the lever, and with it, you can move the weight of the world. Picture a soldier who breaks his sword in battle. One man sees only defeat and despair. Another sees the chance to fight with his hands, to test his courage, to discover that strength is more than steel. The same event, two different frames, two different destinies. But here's the challenge. Reframing demands humility. It requires the courage to admit that your first perspective may be false, that your reflexive judgment may not be the whole truth. Seneca reminded us, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. When you reframe, you strip away that imagination, that reflex, and uncover a reality you can work with. You turn storms into lessons, burdens into training, losses into direction. Ask yourself, what if the delay you hate is protecting you? What if the rejection you fear is redirecting you? What if the pain you carry is shaping you for something larger than comfort? Reframing doesn't erase the hardship, it redeems it. It makes the unbearable bearable by transforming it into purpose. This practice is not a one-time event. It is a discipline. It is taking every frustration, every insult, every failure, and holding it up to the light. What else could this mean? How can this serve me instead of break me? And little by little, you train your mind to see not just pain, but possibility. So remember this, adversity will visit you, that is certain, but how you receive it, that is choice. You can call it curse and collapse beneath it, or you can call it teacher and rise because of it. Reframing is the difference. And from here, we turn toward the next great discipline, to separate what belongs to us from what does not, to focus not on the uncontrollable chaos of the world, but on the steady ground of what lies within our power. Here's where we step into the heart of Stoic strength, the art of separating what belongs to you from what never did. Picture a man caught in a storm, fists raised to the sky, screaming at the thunder. His rage does nothing but drain him. The storm doesn't bend to his anger. The rain doesn't pause for his protest. Yet this is how most of us live, shouting at storms we can never command. Now imagine the same man lowering his fists, pulling his cloak tighter, finding shelter, and saving his strength for the journey ahead. He has not changed the storm, he has changed himself within the storm. This is the essence of focusing on what is within your control. Epictetus was relentless about this truth. Some things are up to us, and some are not. To ignore this is to chain yourself to suffering. To embrace it is to break free. It sounds simple, yet it demands ruthless honesty. How much of your life's energy is wasted on things you cannot bend, what others think, how they behave, what the world chooses to throw at you? I once knew a woman who carried deep bitterness because her family never gave her the recognition she longed for. She worked harder, sacrificed more, but their praise never came. It ate her alive. Then one day she told me, I finally realized I can't control how they see me. I can only control how I carry myself. The moment she released the demand for their approval, her spirit lightened. Nothing outside had shifted, but inside she had taken back her power. Marcus Aurelius practiced this discipline daily as emperor. He bore betrayal, sickness, and war, yet he wrote in his meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." His throne didn't shield him from chaos. His clarity did. He knew the empire could burn, but his reason was his own. This truth is harsh. It forces us to admit that much of our pain comes not from life itself, but from wrestling with what was never ours to hold. The weather, the market, the words of another's mouth. None of these bow to our will, but how we think, how we act, how we speak, those are ours. Entirely ours. Think of your energy like water in a vessel. Every time you pour it into things you cannot control, the vessel empties and you are left thirsty. But when you pour it into your own thoughts, your own choices, your own discipline, you create a fountain that never runs dry. That is why the Stoics guarded their minds more fiercely than their possessions. They knew the true fortress is within. So when life confronts you with insult, loss, or chaos, ask yourself, is this within my control? If yes, act with courage. If no, release it with grace. Anything else is slavery to the uncontrollable. Let this be carved into your heart. Strength is not found in mastering the world, but in mastering your response to it. And from here, we move to the next discipline, reflection and adjustment, the daily practice of examining how we lived, so that tomorrow we may walk with greater clarity and steadiness. Entering this 6th chapter, imagine standing before a quiet river at dusk. The water reflects your face, but not always as you think it looks. The ripples distort, the light bends, and what you see is not the same as what others see. That is what self-reflection feels like. Sometimes the image pleases us, sometimes it stings, but without looking into the water, we walk through life never knowing how we appear, never knowing what we truly carry. Now picture ending your day as the Stoics did, not by collapsing into sleep, but by turning a lantern inward. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations at night, not to impress others, but to judge himself. He asked, "Where did I act with wisdom? Where did I fail? What stirred my temper? What tested my patience?" That discipline of nightly review was his sharpening stone. Every mistake, every triumph, examined and weighed, not for guilt, not for vanity, but for growth. I once met a man who kept a small notebook in his pocket. At first, I thought it was for work, but one evening he showed me. On each page he had written simple lines. I spoke too harshly today. I held my tongue when I wanted to explode. I wasted an hour on distractions. Nothing grand, nothing poetic, just a record of the battle within. He said, if I don't write it, I forget it. And if I forget it, I repeat it. That is reflection. Seneca urged, each day ask yourself, what infirmity have I mastered today? What passion opposed? What temptation resisted? What virtue acquired? This is not self-torture. It is self-honesty. It is looking at the battlefield of your life and marking where you stood strong and where you fell. Reflection without judgment. Adjustment without shame. Why does this matter? Because without reflection, we drift. We repeat the same mistakes under different skies. We carry the same anger into new relationships, the same fear into new opportunities, the same pride into new failures. Reflection is the pause of the soul, the audit that keeps us from bankruptcy of character. And adjustment, that is the second half of the practice. Awareness without change is just self-pity, but awareness with adjustment is transformation. If you spoke too harshly today, then tomorrow you speak slower. If you let fear silence you, then tomorrow you raise your voice once. Small adjustments, like a ship turning 1 degree. Over time, the destination is entirely different. Think of reflection as planting seeds. Each note, each memory, each truth you admit to yourself is a seed buried in the soil of tomorrow. Some will sprout into stronger habits. Some will wither because you neglect them. But the act of planting, of noticing, recording, and adjusting keeps the garden alive. This is not glamorous work. No one applauds you for writing down your failures. No one cheers when you decide to shift one small habit. But silently, invisibly, you are rewiring your life. And one day people will say, how did you become so steady, so calm, so clear? They will not see the years of nightly reflection, but you will know. So let me leave you with this. End each day with a question, not a judgment. Ask, how did I live? Where can I live better? And then adjust. That is how you train the mind, not once, but daily. If this message resonates, remember to subscribe so you can keep walking this Stoic path with me. And drop a simple word in the comments. Reflect. Let it be your mark of commitment tonight. From here, we step into another discipline, one that threads through every Stoic practice, the cultivation of mindfulness, the art of living fully in the present moment without being dragged by the ghosts of yesterday or the fears of tomorrow. Moving into this 7th chapter, imagine waking up and hearing the world before it hears you. The air is still, the light has not yet filled the sky. In that silence, your thoughts are loudest. But instead of being swept away, you notice them, like clouds drifting across the early morning. You do not chase them, you do not curse them, you simply watch. That is mindfulness. That is presence. Now think of how most days begin. The alarm jolts you, your hand reaches for the phone, and before your feet touch the ground, the world has already claimed your mind. Messages, news, noise, it pours in, and you are dragged into a current you didn't choose. You are already reacting before you've lived a single moment. But what if the first act of your day was not reaction, but attention? What if you began not by absorbing the world, but by observing yourself? The Stoics lived this way. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, when you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive. He wasn't being poetic. He was training his mind to see the gift of presence before the burdens of duty. Mindfulness is not an escape from life. It is entry into life. It is the discipline of noticing where your mind is wandering and bringing it back to where you stand, right here, right now. I remember sitting once with a man who had weathered many storms, loss, betrayal, illness. Yet, when you spoke with him, he gave you his full attention. He wasn't glancing at the clock, scrolling through distractions, or half listening. His gaze was steady, his presence complete. Most people, he told me, are never really here. They are always ahead of themselves or behind themselves. That's why they are never at peace. He had learned to anchor himself in the present, and in doing so, he gave peace to others too. Seneca warned, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." How much of our torment comes not from what is, but from what might be or what has been. Mindfulness is the practice of cutting those ropes. It is telling yourself, the past cannot be relived. The future cannot be lived yet. Only this breath is real, and this breath is enough. But mindfulness is not a luxury reserved for monks or philosophers. It is a skill you can practice in the marketplace, in the kitchen, in the chaos of family life. Washing your hands, feel the water. Walking to work, notice the rhythm of your steps. Listening to a friend, hear not just their words, but their pauses. Each act becomes training. Each ordinary moment becomes sacred. Some will say, "I don't have time for mindfulness," yet it takes no time. It takes awareness. It is not about adding another task, but about entering the tasks you already do. Eating, breathing, speaking, done with attention, they transform from chores into practices. You begin to live instead of being lived by your distractions, and here lies the Stoic secret. Mindfulness is not detachment from reality, it is deeper connection with it. To eat and know you are eating, to walk and know you are walking, to breathe and know you are breathing. The mind anchored in the present cannot be pulled apart by regret or fear. So remember this, the world will always try to pull you away from yourself. But if you train your mind to return again and again, you will carry a calm that no chaos can steal. At this stage, we step from the inner stillness of mindfulness into its outward expression. How mindful observation, practiced in daily life, can change the way we work, love, and walk among others. Here's where we bring the practice of mindfulness into the dust and noise of everyday living. Imagine walking through a crowded street. Horns blare, voices rise, faces blur past you. Most people rush as if chased by invisible hounds, their minds lost in destinations, not the step beneath their feet. But then you slow, you feel the ground. You hear not just noise but layers of sound. You see not just strangers but stories in their eyes. Suddenly, the chaos is not chaos, it is a symphony. That shift is mindful observation. Now ask yourself, how often do you eat without tasting? How often do you listen without hearing? How often do you see without noticing? Life is passing moment after moment, yet our minds are elsewhere, arguing with yesterday or bargaining with tomorrow. Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Waste, not because the hours are gone, but because we were not truly there while they passed. I once knew a craftsman who made wooden chairs. Watching him work was a lesson in presence. He ran his fingers along the grain, tilting the wood in the light before making a cut. He heard the whisper of the blade, the tone changing as it met a knot. To him, every detail was alive. He said, "If you hurry, you fight the wood. If you watch, it shows you where to go." That is mindful observation, entering the task so fully that even the ordinary becomes instruction. Marcus Aurelius urged himself, Pay attention to what is in front of you, the principle, the task, the truth. He was emperor, carrying the weight of an empire, yet he reminded himself to notice the small and immediate, to eat with awareness, to walk with purpose, to speak with intention. For the Stoics, observation was not about withdrawing from the world, but about engaging with it deeply, with eyes wide open. Think of your conversations. How often are you forming your reply before the other person has finished? How often are you hearing their words but missing their meaning? Mindful observation transforms dialogue into communion. You don't just hear, you listen. You don't just see, you witness. And in that, relationships change. People feel it when you are present. They trust you more because presence is rare in a distracted world. This practice also disarms conflict. Picture someone insulting you. Without observation, you react. But if you are watching, not just their words, but their face, their breath, their trembling, you may see pain disguised as anger. You may recognize their outburst is not truly about you. And with that recognition, your response shifts from retaliation to composure. Observation opens the door to wisdom where reaction would have closed it. But mindful observation is not only about others, it is about seeing yourself in action. The way you clench your jaw when anxious, the way your hands fidget when impatient. These signals, if noticed, become warnings before the storm breaks. When you observe, you catch yourself in the act of becoming, and you choose the shape you take. Life is relentless in its pace, but observation slows it down, not by changing the clock, but by expanding the moment. The walk to work becomes a meditation. The sound of rain becomes a lesson in impermanence. The face of a stranger becomes a reminder of shared humanity. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is too small to matter. So hold to this. Mindful observation is the art of truly living where you are, when you are. To watch without rushing, to listen without plotting, to act with eyes open. It turns the ordinary into the profound, and the fleeting into the eternal. From here we move toward the crucible where observation meets pressure, the moments of conflict and stress, where the Stoic's ability to see clearly becomes the difference between being consumed by fire and walking through it with steady steps. At this stage, imagine standing in a crowded room when someone suddenly throws words like daggers your way. The silence after them cuts sharper than the words themselves. All eyes turn to you. Your chest tightens, your mind flares, your pride rises. This is the moment. Conflict is not theory. It is here, breathing down your neck. Now ask yourself, what do you do? Do you let the fire leap from your tongue, burning the bridge between you and the other forever? Or do you become the stone that fire cannot consume? The Stoics were forged in such crucibles. They knew the battlefield of life was not only on the fields of war, but in the arguments, betrayals, and humiliations of daily existence. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private notes, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." To him, when insulted, the real defeat was not in the words, but in allowing them to twist his nature. He refused to let another man's venom become his bloodstream. That is the Stoic shield in conflict, your character intact, untouched. I once witnessed a colleague belittled in a meeting. Everyone expected retaliation. The insult was sharp, undeserved, but he simply nodded, paused, and continued his point with calm conviction. Later, someone asked, "Why didn't you strike back?" He smiled and said, "Why should I let him decide the kind of man I am?" That answer carried more strength than any counterattack could have. Seneca counseled, We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality. In moments of stress, the mind multiplies shadows. The insult becomes a catastrophe. The mistake becomes the end of everything. But when you strip away the exaggeration, you see the event for what it is. Painful, yes, but survivable, even useful. Stress becomes a trainer, sharpening your discipline. Conflict becomes a mirror, showing you who you really are. Think of Epictetus, born a slave, beaten by his master until his leg was crippled. Yet he said calmly, "You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus has power over my will." He faced violence not with despair, but with defiance of spirit. If he could hold that inner ground in chains, what excuse do we have in offices, in homes, in arguments that pale beside his suffering? Here lies the heart of Stoic application. When conflict comes, ask, what is mine to control here? Not their anger, not their poison, only your response. And when stress presses against you like a weight on your chest, ask, what can I do with this pressure? You can collapse, or you can let it strengthen the muscle of your soul. Conflict will always test your pride. Stress will always test your patience. But both are invitations. Invitations to live the very philosophy you claim to admire. To respond with clarity when the world demands reaction. To hold your center when everything around you spins. So let this truth steady you. Conflict does not shape your character, it reveals it. Stress does not create weakness, it exposes where you must grow. If you can hold your ground here, you can hold it anywhere. From here, we move toward the next practice, one the Stoics wove into every day of their lives. Daily routines and journaling, the quiet disciplines that prepare the mind for storms before they ever arrive. From here, let's step into the quiet habits that form the backbone of a Stoic life. Imagine the rhythm of a drum in the distance, each beat steady, unhurried, reliable. That rhythm is what routine brings to a human soul. Without it, life feels scattered. With it, even the chaos outside finds a counterpoint in the order within. Think of your own mornings. Do you wake pulled by alarms, already racing against the clock, already behind? Or do you rise with intention, even if the world is not yet demanding? The Stoics began each day not with frenzy, but with thought. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself each morning, reminding his soul that the world would test him, that people would irritate him, and yet he still had the power to meet them with dignity. That was his shield, not soldiers, not guards, but preparation of mind. Now imagine ending the day. You lay your head down, but before sleep claims you, you hold up a mirror. Seneca described this practice clearly. When the light has been taken away and my wife has fallen silent, I examine my entire day and measure my deeds and words. I conceal nothing. I omit nothing. He called it a form of cross-examination, not of others, of himself. That nightly review was his safeguard against drifting into the same mistakes tomorrow. I once met a teacher who kept a worn notebook by his bed. Every night he wrote 3 lines. One thing he did well, one thing he failed at, and one thing he would try again tomorrow. Nothing elaborate, just honest marks on paper. He told me, these pages have seen my weakest nights and my strongest mornings. That is journaling at its essence, not performance, not poetry, just truth captured before sleep. Routines are often dismissed as boring, but the Stoics knew they are freedom disguised as repetition. When you anchor your days in habits of thought, reflection, and intention, you're not trapped. You are liberated. The storms may come, but you already know how to stand. The world may provoke you, but you have rehearsed your response before the test even arrives. Epictetus urged his students to train daily, not only with grand speeches, but with simple acts, to rise and remind themselves of what is theirs to control, to pause before meals and give thanks for what they had, to note the anger rising in their chest and ask, "Is this worthy of me?" In routines they built resilience brick by brick until the walls of their inner citadel stood firm. Ask yourself, what would change if you began each day by writing a single line of intention? What would shift if you ended each day by writing a single line of truth? These are not small gestures. They are anchors. A man who writes his own story each morning is not easily written into someone else's. A woman who examines her day each night is not easily fooled by her own excuses. Daily routine and journaling are not glamorous. They do not impress the crowd, but quietly, steadily, they transform you. And transformation is never sudden. It is compounded, layered, practiced until invisible. Then one day the world notices you are unshakable, and they wonder how. So let this truth sink in. The battle is not won in the arena. It is won in the morning you command, and the evening you examine. Those who master their routines master themselves. And this leads us toward the heart of the journey, the essence of responding rather than reacting. The principle that ties every discipline together into one unbreakable way of life. As we step into this 11th chapter, imagine two men standing in the same storm. One clenches his fists, curses the sky, and lets the rain drown his spirit. The other stands still, lets the drops strike his skin, and waits until the thunder passes. The event is fixed. But the meaning you give it decides whether you rise or collapse. That is the heart of our journey. The essence of responding versus reacting. Now think of your own life. How many regrets were born not from what was done to you, but from what you did in return? The angry word you can't unsay. The impulsive decision that chained you to consequences you never wanted. Reaction feels powerful in the moment. It promises release, but it leaves you weaker. Response feels harder, even unnatural at first, but it leaves you stronger, freer, untouchable. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." He knew that the real battlefield was not out there, but in here, in the judgment we place on what happens. Reaction is judgment made in haste, without clarity. Response is judgment made in wisdom, born from pause, from awareness, from discipline. I once knew a father who told me of a night when his teenage son screamed at him, slammed the door, and left. Every instinct in him wanted to scream back, to match fire with fire. But he stopped. He breathed. He waited in silence. Hours later, his son returned, calmer, ashamed, ready to speak. The father told me, if I had reacted, we would have both lost. By responding with nothing, I gave us both space to win. That is the essence of response, not weakness, but power held in reserve. Seneca reminded us, a great mind becomes brave and invincible by holding events as neither good nor bad. When you stop labeling every storm as disaster, you stop reacting to it. You start responding with proportion. You begin to see each moment as raw material to be shaped, not as a sentence passed upon you. Reaction is noise. Response is music. Reaction is reflex. Response is command. This is not about suppressing emotion. It is about channeling it, as a river is channeled by strong banks. Without banks, the water floods and destroys. With banks, it gives life. It builds cities. It turns wheels. Your emotions are the same. React, and they drown you. Respond, and they serve you. But here is the deeper truth. Responding is not a single act. It is a way of living. It is the culmination of everything we have explored: awareness, pause, reframing, focus, reflection, mindfulness, observation. Each discipline is a thread. Together they weave the fabric of a life not tossed by impulse, but guided by principle. And in that fabric, your character is stitched, strong and unbreakable. So let this settle into your bones. The choice between reacting and responding is not a small choice. It is the choice between being ruled and ruling yourself, between being a puppet of the moment and being the master of your destiny. And now, as we approach the close of this journey, we turn to the final reflection, the conclusion that gathers all these lessons into one steady flame, reminding us that to live by response is to live by wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, the timeless virtues of Stoicism. At this stage, picture yourself walking into a hall of mirrors. Each reflection bends you differently. Some make you taller, some distort your face, some twist you into something unrecognizable. Life is much like that. Events themselves are mirrors. They do not define you, but they reflect you. In every insult, every setback, every loss, you are confronted not with the event itself, but with your own reflection in how you respond. This is the ground where Stoicism is tested. Now imagine two people facing the same blow. One reacts instantly, words sharp as knives, anger spilling unchecked, leaving scars on himself and others. The other feels the same sting, but pauses. He chooses silence, or measured words, or calm action. The first leaves chaos in his wake. The second leaves clarity. What separates them is not the size of the insult, but the discipline of their mind. The event is the same. The response changes everything. Marcus Aurelius warned himself in his private writings, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He was not whispering poetry. He was commanding himself to remember the essence. It is not what strikes you that matters most, but what you do when it strikes. To react is to hand over your freedom. To respond is to reclaim it. Consider a friend of mine who once lost a business he had built for years. Overnight, contracts dissolved, partners vanished, and debt loomed over him. He told me that at first he wanted to lash out, to blame, to rage, but then he stopped. He asked himself, what now belongs to me? What can I control? Slowly, he rebuilt, not the same business but a different life. Looking back, he said, losing everything taught me I was never in control of everything. I was only in control of myself. That is the turning point. When you see clearly, you stop being a victim of circumstances and start being a commander of your response. Seneca wrote, "A man is as wretched as he has convinced himself that he is." Reactions are born from those self-made convictions. We imagine the worst. We label events as unbearable, and then we collapse beneath the weight of our own labels. But response is born from reframing. To see the challenge not as curse, but as course, not as punishment, but as path. This shift does not erase pain, but it redeems it. Fire consumes the careless. But for those who stand firm, the same fire forges strength. Reaction burns, response creates. The fire is the same. What changes is what you choose to do with it. That choice is the essence of Stoic living. I recall a story of a general who, when informed of a devastating defeat, did not shout or curse. He stood silent, then calmly asked for the map. "Show me what remains," he said. In that moment, he did not react to what was lost. He responded to what could still be done. And because of that choice, his army regained ground others thought impossible. His silence was not indifference, it was mastery. Epictetus, once a slave, crippled in body but unbroken in spirit, told his students, "It's not things that disturb us, but our judgments about them." His life was proof. Beaten, limited, humiliated, yet he chose his mind as his fortress. They could chain his body, but not his will. He refused reaction. He lived in response. That is why his words still carry weight centuries later, because they were lived. Here is the truth many resist. To react is natural, but to respond is divine. Reaction is easy, but easy often enslaves. Response is hard, but hard makes you free. Every moment you choose response over reaction, you train your character as a warrior trains his blade. Slowly, you cut away weakness. Slowly, you sharpen your will. And one day, you realize the storms of life no longer break you, they shape you. So ask yourself now, how much of your life has been wasted in reaction? How many relationships strained? How many nights lost? How many opportunities poisoned because you let your impulses lead? And then ask, what would change if, from this day, you lived in response? If each insult became a test of patience, each setback a lesson in resilience, each storm a forge of strength. This is the essence of everything we have walked through: awareness, the pause, reframing, control, reflection, mindfulness, observation, discipline. All of it converges here. Response is the fruit of all these roots. Reaction is reflex. Response is reason. Reaction is surrender. Response is sovereignty. From here, carry this with you. Life will always strike, sometimes soft, sometimes hard, but you are not powerless. You are not a slave to the moment. In every strike lies a choice, and in every choice lies your freedom. And as we step into the closing reflection, remember, Stoicism is not about silencing storms. It is about becoming the calm within them. The final word is not reaction. The final word is response. And in that word, you will find the strength to endure, the wisdom to act, and the courage to live. As we come to the close of this journey, remember that every moment is a choice. Each breath is a chance to meet life with calm, with courage, with the quiet wisdom of a trained mind. In the tapestry of your days, your responses are the threads of your character, placed with intention and purpose. Carry this into tomorrow. When pressure rises, pause. When anger knocks, observe. When fear whispers, answer with reason. If this message speaks to you, subscribe so we can keep building this practice together at a steady pace. And to mark your commitment, leave a simple comment with the words, "Choose response." Thank you for walking this path with me today. May your thoughts be clear, your actions measured, and your spirit steady. Ahead, we will go deeper into practical drills for the pause that protects your peace. Until then, hold the line within and step forward with clarity and grace. Have you ever felt that sting the moment someone dismissed your words, looked past your presence, or treated your kindness like weakness? It cuts deeper than you admit, and in the quiet after, you wonder why. Why does respect slip through your fingers no matter how much you give? The hard truth is this: it isn't always about them. Sometimes it's about the storm inside you, the fire you let flare at the wrong time, the tears you offered to the wrong audience, the anger you handed to people who only wanted to see you unravel. Each time you surrender to that chaos, you don't just lose your calm, you lose a piece of your power. Respect doesn't bow to volume or desperation. It comes when people sense that your emotions do not own you. That even in hurt, you carry yourself with control. that in the middle of noise you remain steady. This isn't coldness, it's discipline, the art of holding your fire without burning down your dignity. Because real strength isn't the outburst. It's the silence that can't be manipulated. It's the stillness that unnerves those who try to provoke you. So ask yourself, if your emotions sit in the driver's seat, where are they taking you? Stay with me, and let's step into what the Stoics knew, how control over yourself becomes the foundation of respect. As we step into the first chapter, picture yourself walking into a room where voices clash, tempers flare, and reason has abandoned the space. Yet in the middle of it, you remain calm. You stand like a mountain while others collapse into noise. That is the quiet force of emotional discipline. The kind of strength that doesn't need to announce itself, yet changes the atmosphere the moment it arrives. Now imagine the same people who once mocked your silence, beginning to second-guess their own noise. They fear what they cannot predict. They feel unsettled when you refuse to be pulled into their drama, because you no longer explain yourself to those who are committed to misunderstanding you. You no longer waste time proving points to people who have already closed their minds. You rise above the argument by stepping outside of it. And in that moment, you reveal something rare: composure in a world drunk on chaos. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." Think about that. The insult isn't the wound, it's your decision to let it pierce you. The storm isn't what destroys, it's your choice to step into it. Emotional discipline is not about being numb. It's about knowing when to open your gates and when to keep them closed. Here's where the fire is forged. Discipline isn't born in comfort. It's earned in the midnight hours when betrayal stings and you resist the urge to retaliate. It's hammered into shape in the moments when everything inside you wants to scream, but you choose silence. It's tested when your pride begs for revenge, yet your wisdom whispers, "Walk away." Each time you choose dignity over impulse, you rise higher. Not because you've surrendered, but because you've conquered the hardest enemy of all, yourself. Think back to the last time you let anger rule you. One word, one action, and suddenly you felt the ground slip beneath your feet. That's the danger. One emotional decision can undo 10 years of discipline. The Stoics knew this. They guarded their energy as if their lives depended on it, because they did. From here you begin to understand the difference between those who are controlled by emotion and those who control it. The reactive, live-like prisoners, chained to every insult, every glance, every word. But those who master themselves, they move differently. They see beyond the moment. They protect the bigger picture. At this stage, something profound happens. You stop chasing validation. You no longer hunger for someone else to affirm your worth, because you've already affirmed it in yourself. Revenge loses its flavor. Peace becomes your pursuit. You stop wasting energy on battles that cannot be won and begin preserving strength for what truly matters. And what comes then? You transform into a presence. Not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that commands it. You walk into a room and silence bends toward you. You walk out and your absence leaves a weight heavier than another man's shout. That is the hidden beauty of self-control. Seneca said, "No man is free who is a slave to his body." The same is true of the mind. Freedom is not found in indulging every reaction. Freedom is found in restraint. Emotional discipline is that freedom. It allows you to smile when others expect your tears. It allows you to stand when others hope to see you broken. It allows you to move forward without the closure they will never give you, because you've already given it to yourself. Peace. dignity, power. These are the fruits of restraint. And yet the world will test you. Life will not knock once, it will return again and again. Through disappointment, through betrayal, through the sting of unfairness. Each trial will whisper, lose yourself, explode, burn the bridge. But listen closely. Emotions are messengers, not masters. Their role is to inform, not to command. When someone disrespects you, it is not your rage that should speak. It is your decision. Do you rise or do you react? Do you guard your peace or do you feed their chaos? Discipline slows you down long enough to answer with wisdom instead of impulse. Ask yourself, is this worth my energy? Is this aligned with the man or woman I want to become? Will this action reflect my highest values or only my lowest wounds? Each time you choose answers over emotions, your life shifts. You stop living in survival mode. You begin building a future where your past no longer dictates your path. And in that future, the victors are not the loudest. They are the ones who have mastered the quiet war within, the ones who sit with their pain and refuse to let it dictate their behavior, the ones who feel deeply but choose wisely. That is emotional discipline. It may not look glamorous. It may not glitter in the eyes of the crowd, but it is the bedrock of true power. It is the choice to be steady even when unsteady winds howl around you. It is the decision to value dignity over temporary satisfaction. To know that walking away often requires more strength than staying to fight. Here's the truth. Staying calm when you could explode is not weakness. It is power, real power. And as we move forward, we'll see how that power reshapes not only how others see you, but how you see yourself. Now imagine the moment you finally taste that rare power, the power of staying composed when the world tries to shake you. It's a shift you can't unsee. Once you've stood in that stillness, you'll never crave the chaos of being reckless again, because you'll realize that respect, peace, and freedom all begin with the same root, the mastery of your emotions. Think of how most people live. They give their feelings the microphone. Every sting of offense becomes a shout. Every slight becomes a storm. But not you, not anymore. Once you understand that not every feeling deserves your voice, you start to move differently. Some emotions deserve only your silence, and in that silence, you grow. Here's where the beauty of restraint comes alive. The man who doesn't flinch when provoked. The woman who doesn't raise her voice when mocked. The leader who doesn't crumble under pressure. That's not weakness. That's control. That's the rarest form of strength. Seneca once said, "He who angers you conquers you." When you pause instead of exploding, you refuse to be conquered. In a world where most people are slaves to impulse, the one who chooses calm over chaos always stands taller. Respect is drawn quietly toward composure. It needs no announcement. Picture yourself in a heated meeting. Someone takes a shot at you, hoping to rattle your composure. Everyone turns to see your reaction. But instead of lashing out, you breathe. You choose your words carefully, or you choose none at all. In that instant, the room shifts. You've shown you're not ordinary. You're not easily shaken. Respect always follows composure. True strength doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need to slam doors or burn bridges. Real power lies in the decision to hold your ground without losing your peace. To stay centered while others are desperate to knock you off balance. Because once you control your reaction, nobody else controls your life. And that changes the game. Reactions are easy. Anyone can yell when angry, cry when hurt, or curse when disrespected. That's what the world expects of you. Growth comes when you do the unexpected, when you choose silence in the middle of noise, when you choose understanding instead of offense. That's not weakness, that's wisdom. And wisdom is rare, which is why it's respected. The moment your reactions are yours alone, people stop trying to press your buttons because they realize those buttons are no longer theirs to press. You've taken ownership. And with ownership comes power, the kind that doesn't parade itself, the kind that doesn't need to prove anything, the kind that evolves instead of explodes. This is how you protect your energy. This is how you guard your peace. You begin to see your reaction as your responsibility, not theirs. And when you start choosing your response instead of letting emotions choose for you, everything changes. Conversations shift. The way people address you shifts. They sense you're no longer reacting, you're leading. And leaders don't get dragged into nonsense, they rise above it. But the truth is, most people never taste this freedom. They live like tinder, waiting for a spark. One insult, one wrong look, one careless word. And they spiral. That's not strength, that's vulnerability. When your peace is tied to external triggers, you're not in control. They are. And as long as others can decide when you break, you'll never be free. Control doesn't mean you feel nothing. It means you feel everything, but you've trained yourself to respond from principle, not from pain. It means your decisions come from values, not wounds. And that choice earns you respect, especially from those who once underestimated you. Life will test you, people will test you, but when they see that you don't crumble, that you don't combust, the dynamic changes. You become the anchor in the storm, the one who holds the room together instead of being the one who tears it apart. Your very presence steadies others because your tone is measured, your energy grounded, your composure unshaken. Respect is drawn to that kind of stability. That's what mastery feels like. When you master your emotions, you master the room. And yes, it takes discipline. It takes maturity. It takes 1,000 choices to be calm when everything in you wants to erupt, to respond with grace when your pride screams for revenge. That kind of control isn't built overnight. It's forged in repetition. It's earned by refusing again and again to match the chaos, but instead to quiet it. Lose control, you show them where to strike. Hold steady, you take their weapon away. Not because you intimidated them, but because you revealed something they can't touch, inner command. Real power doesn't thrash. Real power doesn't beg. Real power walks away from provocation and knows it has lost nothing in doing so. Walking away isn't weakness, it's wisdom, and wisdom is magnetic. It draws people closer. It teaches by example. Your restraint sets a standard that others can't ignore. Soon, your control becomes contagious. It shapes the atmosphere. When people realize you can't be provoked, they stop trying. They learn they can't play games with you, can't bait you, can't manipulate you. That's when respect becomes automatic. You've become the one who commands the narrative, not the one who's defined by outbursts. When you control your reaction, you begin writing your own story. Not one stained by your worst moments, but one built on calm, patience, and poise. And the more consistently you hold this line, the more others stop testing it because they see it doesn't work. You don't budge, you don't crack, you stand like a mountain, and from here, the message is clear. Emotional mastery isn't about denying the storm inside you. It's about standing so firmly that even when the storm rages, you remain unmoved. That is how respect is won. That is how freedom is kept. And that is how you rise above the noise of this world, carrying the kind of calm that no one can take from you. Advancing to the third chapter, imagine the storm raging all around you. Winds howl, voices rise, chaos demands your attention, yet somehow it doesn't enter you. You've built a fortress within. That choice to shut the gates against the storm is not chance. It's a conscious, repeated decision to rise higher, to lead from a place most people never reach. At first, people may laugh. They may think your silence is weakness. They may mistake your restraint for fear. But time has a way of proving truth. They start to see you are not afraid, you are focused. You are not silent because you have nothing to say. You are silent because what you could say might destroy what you've built. And you've worked too hard, endured too much to let temporary emotions sabotage permanent progress. That is not hesitation. That is mastery. Epictetus once said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." The world respects those who can feel the storm without letting it steer their direction. They respect the man who can taste anger but choose calm. They respect the woman who feels the sting of betrayal but still chooses dignity. This is not just strength, this is leadership. Think about the difference between being liked and being respected. You can be liked for your charm, your jokes, your easy company, but respect is forged in fire. It comes in the moments when life gets ugly and the pressure rises. It comes when the world is watching to see if you'll collapse or stand. People don't respect the one who reacts to everything. They respect the one who pauses, thinks, and responds with intention. Here's where the shift happens. When you control your reaction, you become the anchor others hold on to in crisis. They trust you not because you shout, but because your calm has weight. Your words cut deeper precisely because they are measured. Your silence carries authority because it comes from discipline. You stop being just another voice in the crowd. You become a presence felt long after you've left the room, and presence is rare. Anything rare is valuable. When you carry yourself with control, you raise your value everywhere you go. People notice it, they feel it, and they adjust themselves around it. Respect, in consequence, is no longer something you chase. It becomes something you attract, not because you demand it, but because you embody it. Now imagine being insulted. The world expects you to explode, to defend yourself, to retaliate, but you don't. You let your restraint speak. You let your stillness reveal your strength. You let your calm tell them you've already won the battle they're still desperate to start. Because the moment you respond instead of react, you shift the game. You stop playing theirs, you start writing your own. And in your game, you set the tone, you write the rules, you move with purpose, not impulse. Seneca warned that anger, if not restrained, is more destructive than any other passion. People cannot respect what is unstable, but they will always respect what is unshakable. So train yourself to be unshakable. Learn to pause before reacting. Learn the weight of silence. Learn the cost of words. Because once you grasp that, you realize control doesn't just guard the moment. It secures your future. But life will test you. There will be nights when anger is louder than wisdom. Days when heartbreak makes you question your worth. Hours when fear whispers you should quit before you even try. And in those moments, your future hangs in the balance, not because of the circumstance, but because of your response. Feelings are loud, they scream, they claw for control. But feelings are temporary. The consequences of acting on them can last a lifetime. One reckless outburst can ruin years of progress. One emotional choice can burn bridges you spent decades building. You cannot afford to let a passing storm wreck a destiny that took years to shape. Remember this: your feelings are not the final authority. Your choices are. You can feel broken and still choose to rise. You can feel fear and still move forward. You can feel betrayed and still honor your dignity, because your future deserves better than the chaos of unchecked emotions. It deserves clarity. It deserves strength. It deserves you at your highest self. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. You cannot control every situation. You cannot stop every storm. But you can always control your response. That is the power most people never tap into. They confuse honesty with recklessness. They confuse being real with being reactive. They speak whatever their anger dictates. They act on whatever their fear suggests. And in doing so, they sabotage themselves. Here's the truth. Feelings are indicators, not instructions. They tell you something is off, but they are not meant to lead you. They are not commanders. They are signals. The final word belongs to your vision, your values, your character. So do not hand the pen of your life to emotions that only show up for a season. Do not let temporary storms decide the course of your future. You've come too far, endured too much, built too carefully to let a moment of rage or despair undo it all. Your future needs you to lead, not bleed. At this stage, discipline means this: honor your feelings, but do not obey them. Acknowledge your pain, but do not let it rule your path. Recognize your fear, but keep moving anyway. That is how you protect your future from the sabotage of emotion. Because when you rise above the storm inside you, you don't just protect the present, you safeguard the years ahead. And in that steadiness, respect is born. Respect that cannot be faked, cannot be stolen, cannot be denied. Respect that comes only from mastering yourself. And from here, the path opens to something even greater, the kind of freedom that only self-command can give. Moving into the next chapter, think about the dreams you've carried, the goals you've scribbled down in notebooks, the future you've whispered to yourself when no one else was listening. Now, ask a harder question. How many of those visions were delayed or even destroyed by one emotional decision? Walking away too soon because fatigue convinced you it was final. Burning a bridge in anger that could never be rebuilt. Believing one rejection meant you were never enough. That's how self-sabotage works. It dresses itself as protection while quietly tearing down everything you've been building. Your emotions don't wake up each day planning to ruin you, but if you don't guide them, they will. Feelings are like fire. They can warm your home or reduce it to ash. The difference is always in how you manage them. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. That power is sacred. Your future is sacred. You must protect it from the version of yourself that lives only in survival, the version that lashes out when wounded, hides when afraid, breaks things when all it really wants is to be held. You are not your worst day. You are not the sum of pain you've endured. And your future is far too valuable to be handed over to impulses that last minutes but cause damage that lasts years. Begin choosing what builds, not what breaks, what heals, not what harms. Because your feelings are powerful, yes, but your future is priceless. At this stage, remember, life will not spare you. Pain will visit, disappointment will test, betrayal will cut deeper than you thought possible. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The storms will come, but how you respond in those storms will either elevate you into strength or exile you from your own destiny. You cannot afford to let bitterness become your permanent address. You cannot allow anxiety to chain you in place. You cannot let heartbreak trick you into hopelessness. Your future is calling, and it demands you rise, not retreat. Rising does not mean pretending pain isn't real. Stoicism never taught denial, it taught mastery. You acknowledge the hurt, you process the weight, and then you act anyway. That is where true power lives, in the ability to feel everything but still move forward with wisdom. Maturity is not numbness, it's presence under pressure. Leadership is not perfection, it's composure when life feels unfair. Success is not accident, it is discipline. And discipline means this: when life presses hard, you choose purpose over pain. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." So when betrayal whispers shut down, you choose to stay open. When fear tells you to freeze, you keep stepping. When despair says, "It's over," you remind yourself you've only just begun. Inside you, there is a voice begging to quit. A voice that insists it's too late, that you've made too many mistakes, that your time has passed. That voice is not truth. That voice is emotion. If you obey it, it will talk you straight out of your own breakthrough. It will make you settle for a smaller life, a dimmer fire, a destiny that was never yours. That's why you must confront it. Speak back. Remind yourself of who you are. Remind yourself of what you've already endured. Remind yourself why you started. Because the moment you stop contending for your future is the moment emotion claims the victory. Understand this: feelings do not care about your calling. They do not care about the legacy you long to leave. They care only about comfort. But greatness is never found in comfort. Greatness is born in commitment. Commitment to show up, even when exhaustion whispers to rest. Commitment to believe even when fear rattles your chest. Commitment to keep building even while broken. That's how you rise. That's how you win. Not by denying feelings, but by refusing to let them rule, by letting your purpose speak louder than your panic, by letting your vision become the anchor when your emotions scream to drift. That is mastery. And every time you choose control over chaos, you are investing in a future worth fighting for. Every time you refuse to let emotions sabotage what you're building, you prove you're ready for more. There will be nights when rage burns, when sorrow suffocates, when frustration convinces you to torch everything. In those moments, breathe, slow down. Ask yourself, is this action worthy of the person I'm becoming? Or is it just the echo of an old wound? Choose wisdom. Choose restraint. Because the most dangerous version of you is not the one who feels pain. It's the one who lets pain drive every step. That version destroys relationships, careers, peace. But the version who pauses, who reflects, who disciplines feelings with truth, that version builds legacy. That version earns respect. That version creates results. Never forget, your feelings may be real, but they are not always right. They are temporary signals, not eternal scripts. And the moment you realize this is the moment you stop living in reaction and start living with intention. You did not come this far to be undone by emotions. You did not fight through storms just to collapse in the drizzle. Your future is calling, and it needs you steady. It needs you grounded. It needs you in command of your inner world so you can stand unbroken in the outer one. The truth is, your greatest enemy is not out there. It's within. It's the flare of anger, the whisper of fear, the despair that tells you to stop before you even begin. But here is the beauty. You have the power to win, not by suppression, but by mastery, by letting your purpose outvoice your pain, by letting your future, not your feelings, decide the next step. So hold your head high, feel everything, but choose wisely. Because every time you pause, every time you resist, every time you pick peace over impulse, you move closer to the future that's waiting for you. If these words resonated, subscribe for more reflections like this, and in the comments, write one word: control. Let that word be a quiet reminder that your power lies not in what you feel, but in what you choose. Entering this chapter, think about the fire that rises when someone disrespects you. Pride flares. The instinct is to shout, to strike back, to prove yourself with volume. Anyone can do that. Anyone can raise their voice. Anyone can let rage take the lead. But the rarest strength is the one that chooses silence while the fire burns inside. The strength to sit with the flame without letting it scorch the room. Now imagine yourself in that moment, the insult hanging in the air, the provocation sharp as a blade. Everything in you screams to answer, yet you stay quiet, not because you are weak, because you are wise. You know that not every word deserves your reply, not every battle deserves your presence. Your restraint whispers what noise never could. I don't need your approval to confirm my worth. I refuse to waste my energy on those who will never value it. That is the mark of growth, not when you've learned to speak louder, but when you've learned to say nothing and still command the room. There is something sacred about the man or woman who does not need performance to prove strength, the one who doesn't wear pain like a costume for attention. In a world addicted to noise, silence becomes rebellion, a quiet defiance against the chaos, a choice of dignity over drama. But here's the truth: silence unsettles people. They will prod, poke, gossip, and criticize. They will try to pull you into their storm because they cannot calm their own. And when you refuse to give them the reaction they crave, they grow uncomfortable. They realize they no longer have access to you. That is power. The person who can stay silent even while hurting, even while misunderstood, even while lied about, that person is untouchable. Not because they do not feel, but because they have learned to feel without falling apart. They have understood what Marcus Aurelius meant when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Silence is not absence. Silence is discipline, and with discipline you begin to move differently. You stop explaining yourself to those who twist every word. You stop reacting to every slight. You stop carrying the weight of every insult. Instead, you keep showing up with peace. You let your growth, not your mouth, make the noise. We were raised to think strength is always loud. Speak up, fight back, defend yourself at every turn. But no one taught us the power of stillness, the courage of silence. To hold back not because you are empty, but because what you could say might burn down what you've worked years to build. Silence is a filter. It separates reaction from response. It creates space, space to breathe, space to think, space to choose. When you speak too soon, you often speak from pain, but silence waits. Silence listens. Silence observes what words often miss. And in that patience, you remain in control. That's why people fear the quiet ones. You cannot read them. You cannot manipulate them. You cannot provoke them into playing your game. They don't just move. They move with intention. Their silence is their shield, their strategy. And in that stillness, they grow, they heal, they evolve. Not publicly, not loudly, but deeply. And that depth gives their presence weight, even when their mouths stay closed. Silence does not mean passivity. It means priority. It means you've decided not every action deserves your reaction, not every betrayal deserves your breakdown, not every disrespect deserves your dignity. Silence allows you to see truth more clearly because you're no longer feeding the chaos. Sometimes your silence is the loudest voice in the room. It says, "I've outgrown this." It says, "I don't trade my peace for pettiness." It says, "I'm too focused on what I'm building to be distracted by your noise." And people feel it. They feel your absence when you refuse to play their games. They feel your growth when you don't flinch. They feel your boundary when your silence says, "I will not be moved." That is when silence becomes your armor. Not because you stopped caring, but because you care too deeply about your future to waste your voice on battles that don't matter. It's easy to defend, easy to explain, easy to argue. But it takes courage to stay still when noise is expected. That's the kind of courage that separates leaders from followers, the kind of presence that makes people pause. Most people fear silence because silence introduces them to themselves. It forces them to face wounds they've ignored, truths they've buried, thoughts they've drowned out with noise. But the ones who embrace silence, they become unshakable because they've met themselves in the stillness. They've healed in the quiet. They've found answers in the dark when no one else was speaking. That silence becomes their sanctuary, their training ground, their power. When they emerge, they carry something rare, depth that gossips cannot touch, depth that critics cannot shake, depth that listens more than it speaks, and that depth transforms every room it enters. Silence protects what you are building. Not everyone deserves access to your thoughts, your plans, your heart. Some victories are born in quiet. Some breakthroughs happen in secret. If you reveal too soon, you invite sabotage. If you talk too much, you dilute your power. Strength grows in silence, revealed only when it's ready. The Stoics taught that self-mastery is the highest form of freedom. Silence is one of its sharpest tools, because when you learn not everything deserves a response, you free yourself. Some things require distance, some things require patience, some things require nothing at all. And in that restraint, you intimidate those who once underestimated you. They cannot read you. They cannot predict you. They cannot provoke you. And that is when you've won, because your silence is not emptiness. It is control. It is protection. It is power. Here's where it all lands. The strongest among us are not those who shout the loudest, but those who know when to speak and when to remain still. Those who refuse to argue with fools. Those who let silence declare their strength. And when you walk in that kind of power, the world takes notice, not because you asked it to, but because you never needed to. From here, think of the ones who refuse to spend their lives proving themselves to people determined to misunderstand them. They've learned the lesson most never grasp, that real strength is not found in reaction. It's found in restraint, in keeping focus when everything around you is clawing for your attention, in refusing to let temporary emotions wreck permanent progress. That is why silence holds such weight. Silence buys you time, time to breathe, time to choose, time to rob your enemies of the satisfaction of seeing you unravel. In silence, you heal without an audience, you build without interference, you grow without noise. Your silence becomes a new language, the language of discipline. Some will misinterpret it, but those who matter will recognize it. Power under control. Strength without performance, intention over impulse, and the louder the world grows, the rarer this kind of power becomes. So don't fear silence, don't fear peace. Silence chosen with purpose will always roar louder than words. The ones who walk in it don't need to announce greatness, they live it. Most people think respect is inherited, earned through titles, age, or status, but genuine respect is never owed. It is attracted. Not through intimidation or shouting, but through the quiet authority of emotional maturity. Seneca once said, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." The Stoics knew it is not the one who swings wildly who commands respect, but the one who remains steady when struck. Watch closely how people move. Life will test them. Someone will throw an insult. Someone will try to humiliate. The immature swing back with the same immaturity. But the wise, they rise above it. They refuse to be dragged down. They respond from principle, not from wounds. And people notice. They notice the man who does not crack under pressure. They notice the woman whose character holds when her ego is bruised. Respect never follows rage. It follows restraint. And restraint is not silence for silence's sake. It is silence that declares, "I am not ruled by impulse. I am guided by intention." That single choice teaches the world how to treat you. It tells them you are not a puppet for their provocation. You are not a toy for their manipulation. You will not surrender your power by letting them steer your emotions. That level, where your reactions are no longer controlled by others, is where true respect lives. Not in noise, but in presence. Not in force, but in composure. Emotional maturity doesn't harden you into stone. It doesn't make you cold or distant. It makes you wise. Wise enough to know when to speak and when silence is sharper. When to walk away and when to plant your feet. When to let the storm pass and when to face it head on. It is knowing your triggers so well that no one else can weaponize them against you. Most people live like books with torn pages, open to anyone who wants to read, mock, or tear them apart. But the mature are journals with locks, not because they are hiding, but because they have mastered the art of privacy. Their emotions are not displayed for cheap validation. They have learned not every feeling needs to be broadcast. Not every offense needs a reply. That restraint unsettles people. It builds mystique. It creates distance between chaos and clarity. And when people watch you hold steady in the storm, when they see you refuse to be moved by gossip or petty attacks, their respect deepens. They respect not only what you say, but what you refuse to say. Not only the words you choose, but the noise you refuse to add. That composure is magnetic. It draws people closer, not because you demanded attention, but because you earned admiration without asking for it. Here's where presence becomes weight. The mature don't need to repeat themselves. They don't need to raise their voices. Their calm slices through the fog of constant outrage. Their words cut sharper precisely because they are rare. In a culture addicted to reaction, maturity stands as a lighthouse. Others drift, others crash. But you remain fixed, steady, reliable. And reliability is respect's strongest foundation. It is easy to be loud, easy to be dramatic, easy to let wounds write the script, but it is hard, it is rare to be composed when chaos calls. That rarity is what sets you apart. People see it, they feel it, they remember it. They remember the way you stayed intact when everything tried to break you. Think of the leaders you admire most. Were they the loudest, the ones who dominated every conversation? Or were they the ones who listened first, who corrected without humiliating, who led without shouting? True leadership wears the face of emotional maturity, and leadership always attracts respect. This is not about perfection. It's about accountability. It's about the humility to apologize when you've erred, the courage to own when you're wrong, and the discipline not to flaunt when you're right. That is maturity. That is character. And character is never noisy. It is steady. It is safe. It is trustworthy. People respect that because it anchors them. It shows them how to stand when their own legs feel weak. You don't earn respect by pretending you're unbreakable. You earn it by showing that even when you bend, you do not snap. Even when you bleed, you do not lose yourself. That steadiness builds trust. That trust builds legacy. People may forget your words, but they will not forget your composure in the storm. They will remember how you carried yourself when others fell apart. Emotional maturity is not a gift. It is forged in failure, shaped in frustration, born in the fire of moments where you could have chosen bitterness, but chose growth instead. It comes when you stop taking everything personally. When you stop demanding closure and start creating peace within, when you realize your worth doesn't need to be defended against every insult. Growth is slow, it is painful, but it is powerful. Because once you stop reacting to everything, you finally see what deserves your energy. That shift, choosing clarity over chaos, wisdom over wounds, is what transforms ordinary lives into extraordinary ones. And when you walk into a room with that kind of maturity, you don't need to introduce yourself. Your presence does it for you. It announces itself. It commands respect. Not because it is flashy, but because it is real, because it is rare, because it is steady. And that is the kind of presence the world will always recognize. Now imagine the kind of presence that lingers after you've left the room. That is the rarity of emotional maturity. It frees you from being a puppet to your emotions. It breaks the chains of craving validation, reacting from anger, or living at the mercy of others' opinions. When you reach this level, you become emotionally independent. You are no longer hijacked by every passing feeling. You pause, you breathe, you respond, not react. That pause is where all your power hides. It's the space where you rewrite patterns and reclaim control. And when others see it, when they see you refuse to be rattled by gossip, criticism, or setbacks, they respect you. Not just for what you've done, but for what you've overcome in silence. They notice how you carry peace when the world expects you to fall apart. That is strength. That is leadership. Most people want to change the world, lead others, build empires. But the Stoics knew, before you lead another, you must first lead yourself. You cannot command a room if you cannot command your impulses. You cannot inspire anyone if you remain a slave to your lower nature. Mastery does not begin with applause. It begins in the quiet, unseen battles between who you are and who you could be. Think of those private wars. Anger shouts, explode. Fear whispers, shrink. Pride demands, retaliate. Yet you choose differently. That is where real leadership is forged. Not in domination, but in discipline. Not in louder voices, but in wiser choices. Every leader worth remembering cultivated this strength. They learned to endure discomfort. They sat with pain without lashing out. They made decisions not from mood, but from principle. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you have power over your mind, not outside events. That is where respect begins. Life will test you. Pressure will rise. Emotions will scream. Breaking will seem easy. But the ones who have trained themselves don't crumble. They pause. They breathe. They lead. That steadiness is not chance. It is discipline. Anyone can panic. Anyone can quit, but to hold steady when everything tempts you to collapse, that is the mark of a leader. It takes more courage to conquer yourself than to conquer the world. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Freedom is inner mastery. We are taught to chase wealth, recognition, success. Rarely are we taught to ask, am I in control or am I controlled? Most never ask, and their unhealed emotions rule their choices. Words spoken in anger cannot be taken back. Bonds destroyed by impulse often cannot be rebuilt. Many chase what leaves them empty because they never stop to master themselves. But when you begin to lead yourself, something shifts. You become dangerous in the best way, not reckless, steady. You walk into storms carrying stillness. People look to you, not for noise, but for the peace you carry. That presence does not come from pretending to be strong. It comes from transforming what was once broken. Self-mastery is not perfection, it is presence. It is knowing who you are when the world tries to confuse you. It is holding your values when compromise looks easier. It is catching your ego and humbling yourself enough to pause. Anyone can lead when skies are clear. But the test is who you are when storms rage. Mastery does not erase emotions, it directs them. You feel anger, but you don't let anger steer. You feel fear, but you don't let fear decide. You feel pride, but you don't let pride command. This practice is daily. It is built through repetition, reflection, and honesty. You catch yourself mid-spiral and pull back. You admit your flaws without shame and keep refining. That unseen work becomes the backbone of lasting influence. And here's the reward. When your inner life is steady, your outer life aligns. Trust grows, doors open, respect follows. But the greatest gift is peace. Untouchable, unshakable peace. That is the leader the world longs for. Not louder voices, but steadier souls. And it begins with you. From here, remember this. You cannot demand respect if you have not first earned it from yourself. Mastery begins not in words, but in how you live, how you breathe, how you walk away from battles that no longer deserve you. It's in the grace to listen when pride begs you to interrupt. It's in the humility to apologize when you've been wrong. These are not weak acts. They are powerful ones. They ripple further than you can see. When you carry yourself with dignity, others follow, not from fear, but from respect. Not because you shout louder, but because you are grounded and real. Leadership without inner mastery will always be hollow. You can polish your resume, sharpen your tongue, decorate your image, but people feel what cannot be faked. They sense whether your strength is genuine or just a mask. So ask yourself, who is in charge when life presses hard? Your wisdom or your wounds? Your discipline or your emotions? Every choice in those moments becomes part of your legacy. Lead yourself well, not perfectly, but consistently, courageously, authentically. That is the only foundation for real influence. If you do not master your emotions, they will master you. And when they do, they will cloud your vision, poison your ships, and steal your power. Temper when crumble under criticism or lash out when misunderstood. Everything you built will collapse like a house of cards. Emotional discipline is not about pretending not to feel. It is about owning what you feel and refusing to let it own you. That is strength. That is proof you are guided by purpose, not by impulse. People don't follow chaos. They follow calm. They don't trust noise. They trust stability. And once you live this way, respect no longer has to be demanded. It is given quietly, steadily, because people know they can rely on your presence even in storms. Every time you choose patience over panic, stillness over snapping, pause over pettiness, you raise your value in their eyes and in your own. How many dreams have been destroyed by one angry reaction? How many bonds broken by words never meant to be spoken? Outbursts feel powerful in the moment, but almost always leave behind regret. The strongest people are not emotionless. They are simply mature. They know that reacting is easy, but restraint, that is the art. Silence, when chosen, is never weakness. It is focus. When you hold back, not because you're empty, but because not everything deserves your energy, you reclaim your power. You stop bleeding emotions for those who never earned them. You stop trying to prove yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you. Silence becomes your armor, your clarity, your secret weapon. And when you master the art of calm in chaos, people lean closer. They wonder how you do it. They notice. You begin commanding respect, not by raising your voice, but by raising your standard. Respect is not given to those who demand it. It is given to those who prove consistency, control, and character. Anyone can yell, anyone can collapse, but not everyone can hold steady when insulted, or walk away with peace instead of revenge. That kind of composure is rare, and because it is rare, it is remembered. So let your silence speak louder than your rage. Let your composure thunder louder than your chaos. Let your character shine brighter than conflict. Protect your peace. Guard it. Build your life around it. Because the moment you master your inner world, the outer world loses its hold on you. You are no longer reactive. You are intentional. No longer impulsive. You are impactful. That is where true transformation begins. If there is one truth to hold close after hearing this, let it be this. Control is not about domination. It is about rising higher. Every moment you pause instead of erupting, every choice of patience over panic, every time you let wisdom guide you instead of impulse, you take back your power. And when you rise above your emotions, you do not only gain respect, you step into freedom. Freedom from guilt. Freedom from regret. Freedom from the traps of self-sabotage. You begin to live on your own terms, not dictated by fleeting moods, but by a vision that cannot be shaken. That steadiness makes you unstoppable. It makes you unforgettable. It allows your very presence to shift the atmosphere in any room you enter. So stay grounded, stay graceful, stay disciplined. The world is not looking for perfection, it is longing for stability. Be the calm in the storm. Be the strength in the silence. If this message resonated, subscribe to continue the journey and write control in the comments. Your next step is waiting, and it will take you even deeper into mastery. Have you ever felt your own mind slipping away, not in a sudden collapse, but in small, silent cuts? The hours lost to distractions you barely remember, the decisions made on autopilot, the moments of clarity drowned under a flood of noise. It feels harmless at first, but slowly you begin to notice your focus is fragile, your patience thin, your creativity dulled. Like a blade left to rust, the mind corrodes when it is not sharpened. The Stoics knew this well. They warned that neglecting the mind is more dangerous than neglecting the body, because the body can stumble and recover, but the mind, once weakened, turns against you from within. We are not only victims of what the world throws at us, we are victims of the quiet ways we sabotage ourselves. So the real question is, are you building your mind into a fortress, or are you leaving its gates unguarded? Stay with me, because what follows is not theory, it is practice, a path to restore the strength and clarity that were always meant to be yours. As we step into the first chapter, picture this: a man standing at the edge of a quiet lake, throwing stones into the water. At first, the ripples seem harmless, barely noticeable, but soon the surface is restless, broken, unable to reflect the sky above. That is the mind when we refuse to think, when we abandon the discipline of reasoning. The disturbance may begin small, but over time it consumes the stillness. Have you ever felt that emptiness, the strange weight of letting others decide for you? Choosing a career because someone said it was safe. Following a path because it looked like everyone else's. Waking up one day with the dull ache of knowing the choices that shaped your life were never fully yours. This is the silent disease the Stoics warned against, the refusal to use your own mind. Seneca wrote, "The man who does not control his beliefs is not his own master." When we hand over our thinking, we surrender the very thing that makes us free. The danger is not in being wrong, the danger is in never questioning. Imagine two travelers at a fork in the road. One pauses, studies the map, considers the terrain. The other simply follows the footsteps ahead, assuming they must lead somewhere worthwhile. Only one of them knows where he's going. The other is merely drifting, bound to regret when the path ends in a dead place. I remember a friend who wanted to start his own business. He had talent, energy, and a vision. But instead of listening to himself, he listened to everyone else. His parents told him to seek stability. His friends told him it was too risky. He postponed, delayed, and finally took a job he didn't love. Years later, he confessed to me with a bitter smile, "I think I chose a life that wasn't mine." That is the quiet cost of refusing to think for yourself. You don't feel it all at once. It seeps in slowly, like water through a crack. And then one day, it is everywhere. The Stoics were relentless about this point. Marcus Aurelius, even as an emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Notice his words. He did not say wealth or reputation or praise. He said mind, because when your reasoning is weak, all else collapses. And when your reasoning is strong, no storm can break you. Think of the times you have seen people crumble at the smallest resistance. A project fails and they give up. A relationship stumbles and they despair. A single rejection convinces them they are worthless. Why? Not because life is cruel, but because their inner fortress was never built. They refuse to exercise the mind, to challenge it, to sharpen it against difficulty. A sword kept in its sheath will never cut. A mind never tested will never stand. But here lies the turning point. The refusal to think is not final. It can be reversed the moment you decide to reclaim your attention. Begin by asking questions, even the simple ones. Why am I doing this? Is this choice truly mine? What am I avoiding by letting others think for me? Each question is like striking flint. At first, there are only sparks, but with persistence, a fire grows. That fire is self-mastery. I often tell myself this image. Life is a vast sea, and each of us is given a small boat. To drift without steering may feel easy at first, but the tide is merciless. It will take you anywhere but home. To think, to reason, to question, this is how we seize the oar and steer with intention. Epictetus taught, if you don't know what your guiding principle is, you will be the plaything of every passing impulse. A life without thought is a life enslaved by accident. And so, let this be the lesson of the first chapter. If you wish to guard your brain, if you wish to upgrade it, begin here. Refuse to live on borrowed thoughts. Do not outsource the most sacred task, the task of directing your own life. Even if you are wrong, at least you are wrong on your own terms. And from that wrongness comes growth. From that ownership comes strength. The lake regains its stillness only when the stones stop falling. In the same way, your mind regains clarity only when you decide to take back control. Let the silence return, not by passivity, but by presence. Begin to think again. Begin to choose again. For it is better to walk a difficult road with your own compass than to wander a smooth one with none. This is where the rebuilding starts, and from here we move forward toward the next hidden way we weaken ourselves and the even deeper lesson it carries. Moving into the second chapter, imagine standing at the base of a mountain trail. The first few steps are easy, almost pleasant, but as the path rises and the rocks sharpen, most turn back. Not because the summit is unreachable, but because the first sting of discomfort convinces them it is not worth it. This is how many live their lives, quitting at the very first resistance. Now imagine your own story. How many times have you abandoned something at the beginning, when the soil was still rough and the roots had not yet formed? A business idea that faltered after a few rejections. A habit you tried to build but dropped when it no longer felt exciting. A relationship that required patience but demanded more of you than you were ready to give. Each time, the same pattern, an eagerness to start and an equal eagerness to stop. The Stoics were mercilessly honest about this tendency. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly." He knew that endurance, not inspiration, is the true currency of growth. Seneca echoed the same truth when he wrote, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." Quitting early blinds us to what could have been possible if we had just stayed the course long enough to see the ground firm beneath us. I once watched a young man try his hand at sales. His first week, he was electric. Full of energy, full of fire. He made calls, knocked on doors, spoke with conviction. But after 5 days of rejection, his shoulders slumped. He told me, "It's not working." By the second week, he had already given up. What he did not realize was that those early rejections were not the death of his efforts, but the weight training of his will. He mistook the training ground for a graveyard. Think about a seed planted in the earth. For weeks, nothing visible happens. Beneath the soil, however, roots are fighting, digging, expanding. The early struggle is invisible, but it is essential. To quit too soon is to dig up the seed before it can sprout. Life demands the same of us, the patience to stay in the darkness until growth pierces through. Marcus Aurelius carried this lesson into the weight of empire. Every morning he reminded himself, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Obstacles are not reasons to stop. They are the very material out of which strength is forged. The stone in your path is not a barrier, it is the step that lifts you higher, but only if you refuse to walk away. Look around, and you will see how fragile our culture of perseverance has become. Instant gratification whispers, "If it's not easy, it's not for you." But the truth is the opposite. If it's not hard, it will not change you. If it demands nothing, it will give you nothing. Growth is supposed to feel uncomfortable. Resistance is proof you are on the right path. The danger of quitting too soon is not just failure, it is identity. Each time you surrender, you teach yourself to be the kind of person who cannot withstand pressure. And each time you endure, even in small ways, you carve a new self-image, someone who bends but does not break. This is the hidden power of staying. You do not just keep the project alive, you keep your own strength alive. So let us be blunt. Quitting at the first obstacle is not mercy toward yourself. It is betrayal. Betrayal of your potential, betrayal of your resilience, betrayal of the future you could have built. The Stoics would remind you that pain and hardship are not signs of the wrong road. They are signs you are finally walking a real one. Here's the hard truth. Life will not soften itself to spare you. The only choice you have is whether to harden your will enough to withstand it. And the will does not harden in comfort. It hardens in friction, in weight, in repeated trials. Just as iron is tested by fire, your mind is tested by resistance. And so, this chapter leaves us with a question. When the mountain grows steep, when the soil refuses to yield, when rejection echoes louder than success, will you stop? Or will you keep walking? The answer to that question determines not just the outcome of your efforts, but the character of your soul. This is where endurance begins. And from here, we step into the next challenge, the battle not of willpower alone, but of attention itself. Advancing to the third chapter, picture yourself sitting at a desk with the intention to work. The page is blank, the task is clear, but within 5 minutes, your hand reaches for the phone. A notification, a headline, a meaningless scroll. The task dissolves. What was once sharp becomes scattered. This is the silent theft of focus, and it is one of the greatest dangers to the mind. Think of how often you find yourself drifting. A book unopened after the first page. A conversation interrupted by the pull of a glowing screen. A dream delayed because the brain has forgotten how to sit still with effort. The Stoics would not have called this progress. They would have called it decay. Marcus Aurelius warned, "You become what you give your attention to. If your attention is fractured, so too is your character." I once knew a writer, full of brilliance, who could not finish a single piece. His desk was littered with beginnings, paragraphs, outlines, fragments. He confessed one evening that he feared silence more than failure. The moment it gets hard, he said, I escape. What he did not realize was that the very discomfort he fled from was the doorway to depth. By leaving too soon, he never discovered the gold buried beneath the stone. Focus is not simply about productivity, it is about presence. To lose the ability to attend is to lose the ability to live fully. Seneca wrote, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." And is that not the story of our times? Minds stretched thin across dozens of shallow tasks, but rarely deep enough to touch meaning. We live in fragments, wondering why life feels incomplete. Imagine a craftsman carving wood, his hands steady, his gaze fixed. The world outside fades as he pours himself into the grain. Each stroke deliberate, each cut a conversation between him and the material. That is focus. It is not mere attention, it is communion. To work like this is to anchor yourself in reality. To scatter yourself is to drift through life half asleep. Epictetus reminded his students that discipline begins with what we allow into our mind. Every distraction indulged is a seed. Seeds grow into habits. Habits form a life. If your day is filled with interruptions, your character becomes interruption itself. But if your day is filled with steady presence, your character becomes steady too. And here is the paradox. We often mistake distraction for relief. We scroll to escape pressure, but the escape multiplies it. We check out to avoid the discomfort of focus, but the price is a deeper unease, the quiet guilt of knowing we are wasting ourselves. The momentary comfort of distraction hides the lasting pain of regret. The Stoics would urge us to reclaim our attention as we would reclaim stolen treasure. They would remind us that the mind is not infinite. It wears down like a blade. Guard it, sharpen it, use it for what matters. If you lose focus, you lose yourself. But take heart, focus is not a gift. It is a practice. Begin small, choose one task and give it your whole self, even for 10 minutes. Resist the pull to escape. Let the discomfort sit with you until it softens. With time, your endurance grows. The brain learns to trust itself again. Depth returns, like a well refilled after drought. Remember this. The scattered man lives in noise, but the focused man lives in truth. True strength is not in doing more, but in being fully present with what you do. Guard your attention with the same ferocity you would guard your life, because in the end, they are the same. And so, as this chapter closes, we see the pattern. The mind is not only weakened by what we avoid, by what we abandon too soon, but also by the 1,000 small cuts of distraction. The question that remains is not just how to stop these wounds, but how to rebuild, how to forge the mind into something stronger than before. That is the path we now begin to walk. Here's where the turning point arrives. We've uncovered the hidden ways the mind weakens, when it avoids thought, when it flees too early, when it scatters itself until nothing holds. That was the diagnosis, the unveiling of the wounds. But knowing the sickness is never enough. The Stoics would remind us, philosophy is not words, but medicine, and medicine means practice. So now we cross the threshold, from seeing what destroys the brain to learning what restores it. From here, let us step into the 7 disciplines that rebuild clarity, deepen focus, and forge a mind that no storm can break. As we step into the first practice, imagine yourself walking through a crowded marketplace. Voices clash from every corner, colors blur together, 1,000 scents battle for your attention. Every step, something tugs at you, demanding your gaze, your ears, your focus. It feels alive, overwhelming, irresistible. Yet, as you stand in the middle of it, you realize one truth. You could lose yourself completely if you allowed every call to pull you in. That marketplace is not outside. It is inside. It is your mind in the modern world. Here's the danger, the constant flood of shallow stimulation. Short videos, endless scrolls, flashes of entertainment that take seconds to consume but hours to undo. They promise escape, but they chain you to restlessness. They give you the illusion of choice, when in truth they strip you of it. Seneca once warned, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." If your attention is scattered into fragments, your life becomes scattered with it. Think about how often you sit down to work, or to rest, or to simply breathe, only to find your hand reaching for your phone, not because you chose to, but because habit dragged you there. And when you finally stop, an hour has vanished, leaving nothing in its place. You don't feel full, you feel hollow. It's like eating sugar for every meal. The taste excites, but the body weakens. The same is true for the brain. I once knew a man who woke each morning determined to reclaim his day. But before he left bed, he reached for his phone. 30 minutes of news, jokes, reels, headlines. By the time he rose, his energy was already consumed. He confessed to me that he never felt ready, never felt clear. And the reason was simple. He was not beginning his day. His distractions were. He let others paint his mind before he ever picked up his own brush. The Stoics understood this trap even in their time. Marcus Aurelius began his mornings reminding himself, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Notice the order of his words. Not power over wealth, not power over reputation, over your mind. And if you surrender that power, if you give away your attention, you give away yourself. This practice, then, is about reclaiming your gate. Imagine your mind as a fortress. Would you allow strangers to march in and scribble on its walls day and night? Yet every notification you indulge, every clip you consume without thought, does exactly that. You lock your home against thieves. Do the same with your attention. The solution is not exile. It is not abandoning technology entirely. It is discipline. It is choosing when and how you allow content in, instead of being dragged by its leash. Replace the hours of passive consumption with moments of deliberate choice. Watch something with intention. Read slowly instead of skimming endlessly. Or even more powerful, sit in silence and let your own thoughts breathe without someone else filling the space. I remember a young woman who felt enslaved to her feeds. She tried cutting it off cold, but failed. Then she shifted tactics. Each morning she wrote down how much time she allowed herself, like rationing firewood in winter. She cut it by 10 minutes each week. Slowly, she reclaimed hours of her life. Within months, she no longer needed to scroll. She no longer felt the clawing itch of distraction. She said, "For the first time in years, my mind is quiet." That was her victory, not absence of technology, but presence of herself. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Freedom does not mean doing everything you want. It means having the strength to say no when the world shouts yes. It means turning away from what scatters you so you can turn toward what builds you. Distraction is a thief. Every time you indulge, it steals your most valuable possession, time, and time is life. So the first practice is clear. Guard your attention. Limit what weakens you. Don't allow your brain to become a dumping ground for noise. Each moment you resist is not a loss of entertainment. It is a gain of strength. And each choice compounds like interest. Guarding 1 hour today becomes 2 tomorrow, becomes clarity for a lifetime. Remember this. The one who controls his attention controls his life. And the one who loses it loses everything. When you feel the urge to reach for the endless scroll, pause. Ask yourself, is this feeding me or is it hollowing me? The answer is usually obvious. And choosing strength, even once, begins to rewrite the pattern. The marketplace of distractions never closes, but you don't have to trade your soul there. Stand still. Choose what enters. Protect your gates. For a guarded mind is not a prison, it is a fortress. And as this practice closes, one truth shines. Distraction may weaken, but discipline restores. From here, we move into the next practice, not only resisting what scatters, but training the mind to sharpen itself through the discipline of problem-solving, turning challenges into exercises of growth. Moving into the second practice, picture yourself standing before a tangled knot of ropes. At first glance, it looks impossible, too tight, too complex, too overwhelming. Most people glance at it once, shake their heads, and walk away. But those who stay, those who are willing to sit, breathe, and begin loosening one strand at a time, discover something remarkable. With patience, the knot gives way. With effort, it unravels. Life's problems are exactly like that knot, and the discipline to untangle them instead of fleeing is what strengthens the mind. Here's the truth many of us resist. Challenges are not there to crush us, but to call us to action. Yet when faced with difficulties, most people escape into distraction. They wait for someone else to fix it, or they convince themselves that the problem is too heavy, too complex, too much. But the Stoics urged a different response. Epictetus reminded his students, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. What does that mean in practice? It means that instead of talking about solutions, you create them. Instead of naming the problem again and again, you wrestle with it until it bends. Imagine taking a sheet of paper and writing at the top, "What can I do?" Then, without censoring yourself, you fill the page with possible answers. Some might be foolish, some might be absurd, some might even be impossible, but among the wild and the strange will be a few that are real, practical, and powerful. This is not an exercise in creativity alone, it is an act of strengthening the mind. Just as muscles grow under resistance, the brain grows sharper when forced to generate options instead of collapsing in despair. I once knew a colleague whose business faced collapse. Contracts fell through, the money dried up. Many in his place would have surrendered, blaming the economy, blaming fate, blaming anything outside their control. But he stood before a whiteboard and wrote 50 possible actions. Sell new products, change his audience, teach instead of trade, collaborate instead of compete. Most of the ideas were impractical, but hidden among them were 3 that turned the tide. He didn't wait for the world to hand him answers. He dug for them. That digging saved his business, and more than that, it saved his confidence in himself. The Stoics believed in this form of active reasoning. Marcus Aurelius filled his meditations with questions and responses. Why am I disturbed by this? Why does this matter? What can I do right now? These were not abstract musings. They were drills, daily repetitions to sharpen his mind against despair. He understood what we forget. The habit of reasoning is the antidote to helplessness. If you train your brain to respond with questions and options, you will not crumble when the storm comes. You will adapt. Now imagine the opposite. Someone faces a setback and says only, "There's nothing I can do." Those 5 words are poison. They strip the soul of its strength. They lock the door from the inside. To declare helplessness before even trying is to abandon the fight before it begins. And that abandonment carves a habit into the brain. The next time, quitting will come even faster. The next time, the knot won't even be touched. Slowly, a life unravels, not because the person lacked power, but because they refused to use it. Seneca warned, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Many times the pain we feel is not from the challenge itself, but from the story we tell ourselves about it. We imagine failure before we even attempt the solution. We tell ourselves we are too weak, too late, too unprepared. But if we stop rehearsing despair and start rehearsing possibilities, everything changes. The knot loosens. The weight becomes training instead of torment. I remember a young woman preparing for a major presentation. She panicked, telling me she had no good ideas. I asked her to write 20 possible approaches. She resisted, saying it was pointless. I pushed. She filled the page reluctantly, the first 10 ideas weak and clumsy. But then something shifted. By number 15, she found an angle that made her eyes light up. That idea carried her presentation. Later she laughed and said, "It was there all along. I just had to push past the noise." That is the lesson. Solutions don't appear when you stand still. They appear when you push. Think of it like climbing a mountain trail. The first steps are heavy, the air thin, the body weak. You want to turn back, but if you keep moving, the body adjusts. Strength builds. The path grows familiar. At the summit, The struggle becomes your story, the pain your pride. Problems are mountains. Quitting keeps you at the bottom. Effort takes you to the view. The second practice is simple but not easy. When confronted with a challenge, sit down and list solutions. Train your brain to respond with action instead of paralysis. Don't wait for perfect. Don't wait for certainty. Just begin. In the act of searching, the mind sharpens. In the act of persisting, strength is built. The problem is not always solved immediately, but you're transformed immediately, and that transformation is the real prize. Remember this: the mind is not broken when it struggles. It is breaking limits. The pain of thinking is the pain of growth. The knot resists to test you. Each time you wrestle with it instead of fleeing, you emerge stronger than before. So let this discipline anchor itself in you. Stop fearing problems. See them as training. Stop saying, "I can't." Say, "What if I tried?" And watch how your mind responds. Slowly, steadily, it becomes not a victim of obstacles, but a maker of solutions. And as this practice closes, hold on to the image of the knot. Life will hand you many. Some will be messy, some will feel endless. But they are not curses. They are invitations. Untangle them, and you untangle yourself. From here, we step into the next discipline, the art of slowing down, of rejecting haste, and of letting wisdom sink deep instead of rushing past it. Advancing to the third practice, picture yourself at a table set with a feast. Dozens of dishes, colors, and smells competing for your attention. You eat quickly, grabbing mouthful after mouthful, yet when you rise, you feel neither satisfied nor nourished. The body is full, but the soul is starved. This is what happens when we consume knowledge in haste, fast, shallow, forgettable. Now imagine the opposite. A single dish, simple yet rich, eaten slowly, each bite savored. You taste the texture, notice the spices, and the body absorbs it deeply. Wisdom works the same way. It is not the abundance of words that changes us, but the depth with which we absorb them. Seneca wrote, "It is not how many books you have, but how good are the books which you read." He was not warning against knowledge, but against gluttony, the kind of mind that devours without digesting. I once mentored a young man who read endlessly, dozens of books in a month. Yet when I asked him what he had learned, his eyes clouded. He could not recall the lessons, only the titles. He mistook movement for progress. He thought velocity was mastery. But the Stoics knew wisdom takes root only when given time. Just as a seed does not sprout overnight, an idea does not transform us without patience. Consider Marcus Aurelius, who returned night after night to his journal. He did not chase novelty. He circled back to the same truths, carving them deeper into his soul through repetition. Each line written slowly, each thought turned over like a stone in his hand. This was not wasted effort, it was sharpening. He was dyeing his mind with the color of philosophy until it became his nature. The modern world tempts us to skim, to click, to scroll, to rush from one flash of insight to the next. But insight without integration is smoke. It dazzles, then disappears. True wisdom, like fire, must be fed, tended, allowed to settle into the bones. Reading slowly, watching intentionally, pausing often, that is not weakness, it is strength. It is rebellion against a culture addicted to speed. Think of how craftsmen work. The sculptor does not strike his chisel in frenzy. He studies the marble, breathes, then makes each strike with precision. The calligrapher does not rush his brush across the page. He lets the ink flow slowly, each stroke a meditation. So too with the mind. Rushed consumption produces fragments. Slow engagement produces form. I recall listening to an old teacher read aloud. He read one passage from Epictetus, then closed the book and said nothing. Minutes of silence filled the room. At first it was uncomfortable, then slowly the words began to sink. In that silence, meaning appeared that would have vanished had he rushed on. That moment taught me, slowness is not delay, it is depth. The Stoics believed philosophy was medicine, and medicine is not swallowed in handfuls. It is taken carefully with time to let the body heal. The same applies to the mind. To read less, but reflect more. To pause after a line, to write it down, to test it against your own life. That is the way to transform words into wisdom. So the third practice is this: reject haste. Choose depth over speed. When you read, linger. When you listen, pause. When you learn, give the idea space to breathe. Let it move from the page into your mind, from your mind into your actions, from your actions into your character. For only then does knowledge become yours. Remember, the mind is not a bucket to be filled, but a field to be cultivated. Scattered seeds rarely root, but those planted with care grow into trees that survive every storm. And so, as this practice closes, we are reminded, speed blinds, depth reveals. Do not rush past wisdom. Drink it slowly until it becomes part of your blood. From here, we move into the next discipline, asking the one question that can unlock clarity: why? Here's where the fourth practice begins. Picture a child staring at the night sky, eyes wide, whispering questions no one around them can answer. Why does the moon follow me? Why do stars shine? Why is the world as it is? That unfiltered curiosity is the engine of growth, and yet somewhere along the way most of us stop asking. We accept surfaces, we nod at explanations, we lose the courage to say the most powerful word: why? Now imagine standing in front of a locked door. You press your hand against it, convinced it cannot open. But what if instead of surrendering you asked, why is it locked? Why not try the handle? Why not search for another key? Suddenly, what seemed impossible begins to shift. The Stoics knew this. Our greatest strength lies not in answers, but in questions. Epictetus urged his students to test every impression, to pause before believing, to ask, is this true? Does this serve me? Does it align with reason? I once spoke with a young man who had built his life on inherited beliefs. His parents told him what career was safe. His teachers told him what success looked like. His friends told him what dreams were realistic. He never questioned. Years later, he sat across from me, exhausted, saying, I don't know whose life I'm living, but it doesn't feel like mine. That moment was not weakness, it was awakening. The instant he began to ask why, the chains started to break. Marcus Aurelius himself filled his journals with questions. He probed his own motives. Why am I disturbed by this man's words? Why do I value this thing? Why do I avoid this duty? These questions did not weaken him. They purified him. They burned away illusions until only clarity remained. And clarity is power. Think of the doctor who does not settle for symptoms. He asks why until he finds the root. A patient with pain in the chest is not treated with silence or distraction. The doctor digs until he uncovers the cause. Should we treat our lives with less seriousness than our bodies? Too many patch their suffering with shallow distractions instead of asking why they hurt. The pain remains, buried, waiting to resurface. Seneca once warned, most powerful is he who has himself in his own power. But how can you have yourself if you never ask why you act, why you choose, why you believe? To live without questions is to live as a puppet. To question is to cut the strings. I remember a woman who had stayed in a bitter relationship for years. She told herself it was duty, or fear, or habit. One day she finally asked, "Why am I here? Why am I silent?" That single question opened the floodgates. She left not because she discovered all the answers, but because she dared to ask the right question. The Stoics would have called that courage, not the absence of fear, but the presence of truth. So the fourth practice is this: cultivate the habit of asking why. When you are angry, ask why. When you are restless, ask why. When you crave something, ask why. Not to drown yourself in doubt, but to anchor yourself in clarity. Each why is a lantern in the dark, revealing paths you could not see before. The world will try to shame you for this. It will say, "Don't think too much, just accept." But acceptance without examination is slavery. The Stoics remind us that reason is our gift, the very spark of divinity within. To refuse to use it is to betray it. Remember this: every belief you hold was once placed there by someone. To reclaim your mind, you must interrogate it. To find your freedom, you must question. To grow, you must never stop asking. And so, let the childlike curiosity return, not as naivety, but as wisdom. Ask why until you see the truth beneath the surface. Because only then can you stand firmly in your own life, not borrowed from another, but built by your own reason. From here, we move into the next practice, the discipline of writing, the art of turning questions and reflections into words that sharpen the mind and anchor the soul. From here, we move into the fifth practice. Picture yourself sitting at a desk in the quiet of dawn. The world is still asleep. A blank page stares back at you, daring you to begin. Your hand trembles, not because you don't have thoughts, but because writing forces you to face them. To put them into words is to strip away excuses, to see yourself with no filter. Now imagine what happens if you never write. Your mind is a crowded room where voices shout over each other, unresolved emotions pressing against the walls. Without release, the noise becomes unbearable. But the moment you write, it is as if you open a window. The air clears. The room breathes. This is why Marcus Aurelius filled his meditations with reflections not meant for anyone else's eyes. He was not writing for fame. He was writing to wrestle his own soul into order. I remember the first time I kept a journal. At the end of a bitter day, I scribbled my frustrations onto paper. At first, it felt childish. But as the ink flowed, I saw patterns I had never noticed. My anger was not at the world, but at my own lack of discipline. My sorrow was not endless. It had roots I could trace. By writing, I discovered what I could not see in the chaos of thought. And in discovering, I began to heal. The Stoics believed philosophy must be practiced, not merely admired. Writing is practice. Epictetus urged his students to rehearse their lessons daily, to commit them not only to memory, but to action. And what better rehearsal than to write your failures, your victories, your fears, your resolve? Each word on paper is a mirror. Sometimes the reflection is hard to face, but better to confront it on the page than to let it rule you in silence. Think of the soldier sharpening his blade each morning. The act is repetitive, but essential. Without it, the weapon dulls and fails him in battle. Writing is the sharpening of the mind. Left unattended, thoughts grow blunt, judgments grow sloppy, emotions grow wild. But a few lines each day, a page, perhaps two, keep the edge keen. A young woman I knew once began journaling after years of drifting through her career. At first, she wrote simple things, what she did, what she felt. But slowly, her entries grew deeper. She asked herself why she stayed in work she despised, why she let fear dictate her choices. Within months, she made a change she had postponed for years. She told me later, writing made it real. I couldn't hide from myself anymore. That is the quiet power of the pen. Seneca said, "We should every night call ourselves to account." To him, the day without reflection was a day wasted. For how can you steer your life if you never look at the map? Writing is the act of looking. It is confession without shame, clarity without performance. You write not to impress, but to live deliberately. So the fifth practice is this: pick up the pen. Write when you are angry, write when you are grateful, write when you are lost. Don't worry about eloquence, worry about honesty. The page does not judge, it reveals, and in what it reveals, you find the threads of growth. Remember, the greatest battles are not fought in public, but in the silence of your own mind. Writing gives you a weapon in that silence. It transforms confusion into clarity, wounds into wisdom, and fleeting thoughts into lasting lessons. So let this be your discipline. Carve time each day to put your mind on paper. For in those lines you will find not only who you are, but who you are becoming. And as this practice ends, we look to the next, how to carry this inner discipline into the way we speak, to master not just our thoughts on paper, but our words in the world. Entering the sixth practice, imagine sitting across from someone in a crowded cafe. The hum of conversation surrounds you, cups clinking, doors opening and closing. Yet in that sea of noise, the only sound that matters is theirs. They speak, waiting, searching for connection. But instead of listening, your mind races to reply. You cut in too quickly, or worse, you check your phone. The moment is lost. Presence slips away like water through the fingers. Now think about the weight of words. How many times have you spoken impulsively and later wished you had remained silent? A sharp reply in anger, a careless joke that cut deeper than you realized. Words cannot be recalled once they leave the mouth. Seneca reminded us, speech is the mirror of the soul. If your words are rushed, so too is your spirit. If your words are measured, your spirit is steady. I remember an older man I admired deeply. In every meeting he spoke little. He would listen, leaning back, letting others exhaust themselves in arguments. When he finally spoke, his words carried a gravity that silenced the room. Not because he was loud, but because his restraint made his voice rare. People leaned in. They knew he would not waste syllables. That was his power, born not from constant speaking, but from disciplined silence. The Stoics placed great value on speech. Epictetus taught his students first to master their impulses, then their words. He knew that language is the bridge between thought and action. If you cannot control your tongue, you cannot control your mind. And if you cannot control your mind, the world will control it for you. But this practice is not about muteness. It is about conscious speech. To speak when it serves truth, to hold silence when it preserves peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your speech be precise, clear, and measured. Precision is not weakness, it is clarity. The one who rambles hides behind noise. The one who chooses carefully reveals strength." I once spoke with a young professional who struggled in his career. He told me, "I feel invisible." I asked how he spoke in meetings. He admitted he filled silence with nervous chatter, hoping to be noticed. But in doing so, he diluted his presence. When he began to speak less but with intention, people listened. His silence sharpened his voice. His words gained weight. Soon, he no longer felt invisible. He felt respected. This is the discipline of speech. Let your words be few, but let them strike true. Resist the urge to defend every criticism. Resist the temptation to explain yourself to those who do not care. Silence in those moments is not weakness, it is mastery. For nothing unsettles the world more than a man or woman who does not need to justify themselves. But there is another side to this practice: listening. To truly hear another is an act of discipline. Most listen only to prepare their reply. Few listen to understand. Yet the Stoics valued understanding above winning. To listen is to set aside the ego, to open a space for another person to exist fully. And in that space, clarity often arises on its own. So the sixth practice is this: discipline your tongue. Speak only when you must, and when you do, let your words carry honesty and weight. In conversations, listen with full presence, as if nothing else exists. When provoked, pause. When tempted to argue, breathe. Remember, you do not owe the world constant explanations. Sometimes the most powerful reply is silence. Let this truth guide you. People may forget what you said, but they will never forget how your presence made them feel. A calm silence, a measured word, a steady gaze, these speak louder than any argument. And so, as this practice closes, hold fast to the image of the rare voice, the restrained word, the quiet presence that commands without force. From here, we step into the final practice: how to combine reflection and movement, reading and walking, so that wisdom does not remain on the page, but flows into the rhythm of your daily life. At this stage, imagine stepping outside just as the sun begins to rise. The air is crisp, your footsteps steady, and in your hands, the echo of a passage you just read lingers in your mind. Each step becomes a rhythm, each breath a meditation, and the words you carried from the page begin to take on flesh. This is where wisdom is tested, outside the stillness of reading and inside the movement of living. Think of how often we consume words only to forget them. A page read, then lost. A quote admired, then abandoned. Knowledge evaporates when it remains trapped in books, never crossing into the bloodstream of action. The Stoics understood this weakness well. Seneca cautioned, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." We waste it not only by distraction, but by failing to integrate the truths we already know. Here's where this practice becomes vital. Do not let learning end at the page. Pair it with movement. After reading a passage, walk with it. Turn it over in your mind like a stone in your hand. Test its weight. Ask, how does this apply to my life today? In this way, wisdom does not remain theory. It becomes muscle, memory, presence. I remember a time when I wrestled with anger. I had read Marcus Aurelius's words. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. The line struck me, but in the moment of reading, it was just ink on paper. That evening I walked alone, repeating it with each step, letting the rhythm of my body carry the words deeper. By the time I returned, the anger had softened. The phrase was no longer distant philosophy, it had become a tool. Without the walk, it would have stayed only as a quotation. With the walk, it became part of me. The mind and body are not separate kingdoms. The Stoics saw them as allies. Epictetus trained his students not just by lecture, but by habit, exercise, and lived discipline. A truth considered in stillness, but practiced in motion, becomes anchored. Just as the blacksmith strikes iron repeatedly to shape it, so the repeated pairing of reflection and movement shapes the soul. Picture a farmer walking his fields at dusk. He does not merely read about crops. He studies the soil, feels the air, touches the plants. His wisdom is lived, not borrowed. Likewise, your philosophy must leave the desk and enter the street, the walk, the act. Reading without walking is like planting without watering. The seed is there, but it cannot grow. The beauty of this practice is in its simplicity. You do not need hours. 10 minutes after a chapter, a short stroll after a lecture, a pause in your commute where you let the words echo in your chest. These small rituals carve deep grooves in the mind, grooves where wisdom can flow like water. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, bore the weight of armies and politics, yet he returned again and again to his journal. He walked the halls of his palace with reflections alive in his mind. His life was proof that philosophy is not meant for the quiet study alone, but for the battlefield of existence. If he could weave thought into movement under such pressure, what excuse do we have? I knew a woman who began this practice after years of reading without change. She told me, "Books inspired me, but I stayed the same." Then she tried something different. Each morning after reading a page, she walked around her block, repeating the key idea aloud. Within months, her friends noticed she spoke with clarity, lived with calm, and acted with resolve. She laughed and said, "I finally stopped letting wisdom stay in the book and started letting it walk with me." The seventh practice, then, is this. Combine reflection with movement. Read less, reflect more. Walk with your thoughts. Let your body become the vessel that carries philosophy into life. This simple act turns fleeting inspiration into enduring transformation. Remember, the mind grows sharper not only in silence, but in stride. Walking with wisdom tempers it like steel in the forge. Step by step, truth sinks deeper until it no longer feels foreign. It feels like home. So, let your mornings be more than routine. Read, walk, reflect, and let each day be not just another page consumed, but another truth embodied. As this final practice closes, one truth stands above the rest. Your mind is not broken. It is waiting to be disciplined, sharpened, anchored. And if you commit to these ways, you will discover what the Stoics always knew, that the strongest fortress is not built of stone, but of thought, presence, and unshakable will. You now see that your mind can be guarded, sharpened, and renewed. The choice is always yours. Subscribe if you seek more strength, and comment "strong mind" to affirm your path. Keep steady. The next journey will take you even deeper.